Hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. With 4 race starts, we're going to start with our Category 4 riders, then 3, 2 and 1. Our riders lined up in yellow, that is our Category 1 riders. In green, our Category 2. In blue, Category 3. And Category 4 in red. I think today we're going to see more and more people being aggressive. It certainly looks the case on the front here. Gabrielle Nordin chasing Coldclough, chasing Coldwitz as they go through. And Charlotte Coldclough there has gone on the front. Is she going to continue this onwards? She's still pushing at 6 watts per kilo.
There's one thing about tapping out your own rhythm on a climb. If that gives you a gap, it gives you a gap. But, you know, you've got to put a real attack in to this type of group here in Category 2 to be able to go clear. She'd have needed 10, 12, 15 seconds, I think, to stay ahead of them. We're very, very shortly going to see them make contact. The Category 4 race now at 24.3 kilometres. And now the first race field on to the Eichenberg Hill. They're going to go up, they're going to go down, then they're going to go back up the Eichenberg climb before they drop down and have the run into the finish. She's 20 seconds clear of Hadlock at the moment, the chasing rider, and it's going to be really interesting. If she can maintain this form up the next climb, then I think she stands a really good chance of taking the win here today.
If you want the best training, you go race the Sunday race.
Well, I agree with that. The Sunday race club is going to make you work hard, and it's going to make you fit, and it's going to bring form like you never knew you could have. They are still pushing on the climb. 8 riders in the leading group. We are substantially up this final climb, the Eichenberg climb. I'm wondering whether they're resigning themselves to a sprint.
That was 6 watts per kilo coming from Karolina Jezikowicz. Jezikowicz has got the gap at the moment. She's opened it up, but Vink responds and comes back on her heels. Over the top she goes. This is the gantry coming. This is the finishing line. Vink side by side with Jezikowicz. Jezikowicz with the lace. Jezikowicz takes it just on the line. So hello and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be here bringing you all of the race action from start to finish. Now I'm joined in the studio by Emma Martin. Emma is on duty today. She has dragged herself in because she can't wait to see what's happening. But I'm going to apologise now if Emma is at any point today croaky, sniffly, snotty or anything else in between, because she's actually dragged herself in off the sick bet because she cannot miss today's racing.
I couldn't. You are absolutely right. I do apologise. I do have the sniffles, but I could not miss the endurance climb today. It is going to be epic and one not to miss. Well, I couldn't miss it, and neither could any of our racers, because we have stacked fields today. So the women's race, 35 kilometres of racing, 1,424 metres of climbing, 5 main climbs today. You can see it there in front of you. Now, 2 climbs over 9% average gradient, one at 10.2, one at 9.7. The rest, the latter 3, it's the first 2 that are the steepest, 8.7% and 7.7% average gradient. And the kicker on this course, and they are kickers, is because we start with a climb and we finish with a climb. They may only be around 400 metres, but we do.
So here we go. Time to kick off. All of our riders at the same start line, but it's only our Category 4 that are released. Everybody else has the brakes put on and they're not let off until it's their turn to go. We are going to be running one stream today from end to end. So the women's race and the men's race is going to come simultaneously at some points today because they're going to overlap. So we're not going to have two shows. It's one great big ginormous show. And I hope you've got your snacks, ice cream and pop all ready for this. We kick off with a 9% Ascent. Now, if you are used to the climbs, the women's and the men's races of the endurance climb, they actually have exactly the same finish line. It's just that the women are starting 10K into the men's route, and that basically means that they're doing the same last 35 kilometers for both groups. At the moment, the category 4 riders already starting to get into a rhythm here, and we're starting to see a few splits. Now, if you're new to MyWhoosh, let's give you a little bit of a heads up of what you can see. Center of the screen, avatars riders. Each rider that you can see on your screen is representing a real life person somewhere out in the world riding in their pain cave. And each of our groups of riders comprise of categories of riders who are of the same or similar abilities. 4 categories on our start lines to divide up a huge race field. Category 4 our standard race field, and it's a big race field in total, isn't it, Emma?
It is. 35 riders on the start sheets in category 4, 132 riders on the start sheets overall today in this women's race. So looking really, really good. Now, I can tell you that the rider who won in category 4 last week, Karolina Chidzikowicz, has gone up to category 3. But Simone Francis, well, she is a strong rider, part of that Petit Four squad in category 4 with Nikki Lloyd. Fielder is here, Driscoll, Bremner, Lenore, Narvaez, Vink, who took 2nd place last week. Hamilton took 5th last week. She's on form. So is Idzik with a 3rd last week. Fanucci-Korn Sarasuk is here as well, and I know she climbs really well.
She does indeed, and definitely one to watch. Now, we're starting to see the groups break. If you look at the left-hand side of your screen, you'll see that we have almost a radar-type view. Each red dot is one rider, where there's lots of dots piled on top of each other, like a big stacked Leaning Tower of Pisa. Well, that is because they are all riding in one group, and so you can see those groups are stacked together. At the moment, we've got 3 potential groups with a few riders stuck in between. This is the leading group on the road. And remember, all of these riders are going to be racing for a top 5 position, prizes for the top 5 riders in each of our race categories. Just in with Ana Isabel Alze Valencia here, just on the bottom left-hand side of your screens. And as you can see, getting the legs spun up, I'm hoping that on the handlebar bag that there are some supplies in there and some food. And I think if that is true, that is probably the best prep I have seen yet.
Yes,
husbandry. No, that's not difficult, but that's probably could be the
going
best
to be
thing.
key today.
Husbandry is a English term for looking after yourself or a piece of equipment so that it makes it from start to finish, or animals or stock or livestock, anything really. Husbandry. There you go. Today, one of today's words, which might go along with hit the mute button, Matt, I need to sneeze. Let's see how that plays out. As we continue onwards, at the moment, we have a category 4 away. The next riders to go will be category 3. Each group of riders separated by 5 minutes. So we have our next riders. We've got category 4, category 3, category 2, and category 1 to head out. So next race category about to hit race start. So we've had a category 4 there, our Petit Four squad in red jerseys. The next category will be category 3, and they're going to be our next teams away. So category 3 teams, we have Grind My Gears here. Stefani Piccolo, one heck of a climber.
Yes.
Very, very big one to watch today with Tanya Howeiler. Now, Team Golden Light here as well. Got Alexandra Knowles, who raced last night. Oh, it's a real cast, and it's a big squad as well.
It is 40. I'm going to say that again. 40 category 3 riders today, and there is a who's who. De Silva took 5th last week. Hadlock is here. She took a 3rd. But De Gracia, Van Rossum, Holly Bergen is back on today. Jackie Giuliano is here, Catherine Montoya, Nicola Takova, Isabella Giraldo, Angel Hadlock, Emily Mabin, Rosalina Barragan, Emma Sonnerson. I could keep going, but look at the size of that Category 3 race field. I'll tell you something who is also back in the mix here today, and that's Rebecca Johnson. After having progressing to Category 2, having some time off the bike for her holidays and coming back into Category 2 and now moving back down to Category 3, she can climb.
She can, and she's on our screens already. And this is a brutal start, starting out on what is a near 10% slope. And at the moment, Johnson sitting in second wheel, sitting behind Gina Di Grazia, the rider just leading them up on that pink Colnago on the front. Johnson sat behind on that yellow and black MyWhoosh bike. Then it's going to be Piccolo, Barragan, Bergin in the mix. We got a real mix. Alexandra Knowles in here after racing yesterday, one of our smartest riders. Not going to tell you the result.
Take a look
in
at
terms
the
of what happened,
qualifiers.
but do have a look back. Subscribe, hit the like button on YouTube, go back and have a look and see what happened in the UCI 2024 Esports Cycling World Championship public qualifiers, particularly the last women's race. Very smart riding by a number of people.
There were, but can I just say congratulations to everybody who qualifies through those open public pathways. Congratulations to everybody who took part, because there were some phenomenal shows of dedication, commitment and resilience and to a goal. You know, absolute focus from those riders, some of them riding all 3 open qualifiers and putting in phenomenal performances. So congratulations to everyone who has qualified through that pathway.
Indeed. Now, our riders on the race at the moment, you can see that we're with Saraswat in Category 4, leading out at the moment. They've gone through the first of our climb banners. The polka dot banners that go over the road signify each of the climbing segments. So the easy way to imagine this is a set of stairs. Each of the uphill sections is the uphill, but the riser of a stair, then the tread, the flat bit that you put your foot on. Well, they separate them in between. Each time we go up, the riders will go through a banner, and then they will go through another banner when they come to the end of that section. We're going to have 4, if not 5 time sections, in this, plus the end section to come in. That's in the women's. In the men's competition, it's another 2, because we've got another 10K to add on. All of our riders, though, will know how they're doing in each of those time sections. Now, needless to say, there's no sprinters. Any sprinter who looked at today's stage, today's qualifier, is going to go, thanks, but no thanks. Or maybe, I tell you what, I'm just going to ride up this in a level 2 ride, which is a perfectly viable way of getting to the top. But by doing this, one of the things you do earn is a badge when you are one of our riders on MyWhoosh. So it's a great way to tick off that badge as well. Jump on board and make sure you head out on to the course. Make sure that you get a ride in, because doing it on Sunday Race Club is a whole lot of fun as well. So 4 race categories. 2 of our race categories away, categories 3 and 4. We're just in the countdown to category 2, and then it will be category 1 heading off at the moment. Category 4, 3.5 kilometers into our 35k race route. Already done 10%, guys. Nice one. Already done. Out the way. Ticked off. 20% already done for the riders in category 3 already.
This is just going to be an over and under session. Look at Natalia
Yes.
heart rate. She's at 189, 190 beats per minute, and then that recovery's got to come on the flat to enable you to just continue. So Claudia Hyde we are in with at the moment in this category 3 leading group, and you can see that start where we go up that climb at 9%, really stretching the riders out really early in this race today.
So some riders start fast, some riders prefer to have a steadier start. Let's see what our Category 2 riders make of the start. Who will be heading out super fast today? Well, we're in with Dana Wagner. You can see the shot back down the mountainside. This is a world you can come and ride. It's absolutely stunning. stunning place to come and ride. Even if you don't do the whole race route or the whole ride route of the endurance climb, it's a great environment to ride up in, and there's lots of great environments on MyWhoosh. Now, category 2, our penultimate category, in the green jerseys with the black shorts, are about ready to go. In front of them, 35 kilometers, 1,424 meters of ascent. Dana Wagner got to be one of the big favourites. We'll run through the riders once we get them up and away. You can see that green mass going through the yellow there. Fantastic camera shot as we look down and see them set off. And the last group of riders sat there waiting. Category 1, we'll see them riding off into the distance. And already, look at this, Julia Walkenhurst and Monica Rona are opening up the throttles with Marcel Smithers on the front here. This is definitely an interesting pace to set from the gun.
Well, it is indeed a very interesting pace to set from the gun. Now, this is our smallest race field today, just 25 riders. But the class that is in here, from Jaramillo to Altamirano, who's come up from category 3, Anna Svardström, Anna Embring, Dana Wagner, who took a top 5 position last week. Dana Davidson is here, so is Jermaine Prado, Jill Pruitt, Julia Walkenhurst, Julia Montgomery. Bonilla is here, Lam Kong, Takana, Smithers, Rona, Hill. Philippa Hill climbs very, very strongly. She has recently come up from category 3. I think it's going to be interesting to see what she can do here. But we've got Wendy McAlpine on our pictures at the moment. You know, she's a strong, strong rider. So is Serena Vittori. I think this is going to be a very interesting race.
Interesting. I think this is going to be absolutely crazy. I'm so looking forward to this and seeing how the riders play this out. Now, Wendy McAlpine, I mean, we know she's a fearsome competitor on the water, on the bike, on road, off road. She's a real all-round athlete. And I think that's probably the best way to describe all of our riders. They are absolute athletes here. Category 2 rider McAlpine right in the mix here with Walkenhurst Vittori, who we know is a proven climber, already putting the pressure on here. Kim Bonamilla, one of those riders who's already qualified for those World Championships, in the mix too. And I'm sure those riders, it's a real big boost to their confidence for having that and getting in qualified for the World. You're just going to be on a high after that. And you need that because we're going blooming high today.
Well, should I put this into context?
Go on.
Mont Ventoux.
Yes.
Famous Tour de France climb.
Yep.
21.3 kilometres in length.
Yep.
1,519 metres of climbing. So the women today, it's longer, but it's not far short of the climb of Mont Ventoux.
And that is a legendary climb in Provence in France. It rises out from the plains. The Rhone floodplains are below it. And as you drive pretty much anywhere in the area, all you can see is this huge mountain rising up out of the plains. And that is the intimidation factor of Ventoux. We're doing virtually the same height here as part of this. I know Emma has been enjoying herself looking at some of the hardest climbs in the world. We will have more details in a short while, no doubt, as Emma decides to pick on yet another of the famous climbs worldwide. And gotta say, a big thank you to everybody who has been in touch about today's ride. It's been a real mix of reactions when it was announced, but I think everybody really started to get the teeth into the fact that we can do something a bit different and get out there and ride. Now, category 2, right-hand side, leaders on the flat section. Category 1, already on the way. So the category 2, they're all individuals at the moment. The category 1 riders who are waiting to start, the riders in category 1, they have teams. Now, our riders choose whether they're in teams or not in the qualifiers, but in the finals, it's going to be our team. So the Chill Out team from category 1, the Chill Out team is Colclough, Guerra, Menezes, Kolowitz, as well as Dega Mashandi. We've got a Veto skier in here, Gonzalez Ruhr, Kalman, Bassoni, and Giovanni. The peak performers, Van Hove, Koczynski, Bjornhead, and Sidlik. And the sweat sensations, Velt, Fua, Bruni, and Koistonen.
And what we tend to find is that in category 1, the riders are more stable in terms of on those barriers and boundaries. So, which is why we see more teams throughout the qualifying weeks.
And they're riding for a team. They're representing that team in terms of support and potentially sponsorship. It's not just friendship. It's quite often because these riders are making a career out of riding on esports. So fantastic to see the riders ready to go in their teams. There's a whole load more riders in Category 1. We'll run through those when we've got our final race start. In Category 1 away, they're going to be chasing the individuals in Category 2 who are chasing Category 3, chasing Category 4, but the hair to all of the Hauser in front. Let's set them loose. Away they go. The gate is open, the brakes released, and off go our riders. And this is where they've got to make sure they get the pacing right from the start. If you blow now, if you go too hard on part 1 here, it's only short, but it's steep. If you get this wrong, you're going to be in trouble, aren't you? Because you've lost ground very early on. Because each flat section is quite quick, you're going to lose distance.
Well, we're in with a Fito skier at the moment. Gonzalez, Rua, Kalman, Bassoni and Giovanni. And 4 riders who really know what they're doing. And you want to be towards the front of the group. You don't necessarily want to be on the front of the group, and you want to watch the pace of others because you don't want to push too hard this early. There's a lot of climbing to come. And this race for me is going to be very, very competitive. There are going to be certain riders that you're going to need to watch because they are fabulous climbers, and this may well really suit them. But a smart ride is what you really need.
Yeah, I would agree. I think you don't get to be a Category 1 rider without being strong, without being fast, without being talented. But you also need to have that mental acuity to be able to actually dial in exactly the tactics you want to stay cool, calm under pressure. Just take us through the race field, Emma, because there are a lot of riders in this race field who are very strong.
32 riders on the start sheets today in Category 1. And honestly, I could be reading a list. Well, I'm expecting to be seeing these names on the start list of the World's semi-finals in September, if not a large percentage of them at the actual World Championships final in October. Colclough, Guerra, Menezes, you've already talked about that new chill out team. Catherine Fua has absolutely been dominant recently. She's had some riders run her very close. Kolchinsky has done that on some of the climbs when she's not done a hill climb on the Saturday before. She's here as well with her team peak performers, Van Hove, Bjarhed and Sidlik in there as well. It's going to be very, very hot in Germany where Stephanie Sidlik is at the moment today. She is going to need a lot of cooling strategies. Well, Nordin is here, Giannatti, Zhang is here, Jen Reel is on the start sheets too. Holdcroft, I think, is riding really strongly as well at the moment. McCarthy was 6th last week, just off the podium. Soderstrom was 3rd. Mika Soderstrom has been going really well recently. And Selena Columbi took 5th last week. For me, this is a course that could really suit her today.
Columbi, potentially. I think we cannot discount Kolchinsky.
Never.
You know, she's a hill climb specialist. If there was a course suited to her, it's this. And some of the longer American hill climbs are much like this. They're long enough that you need tri-bars for, you know, and you can sit there and sit at a pace. So let's see how she gets on. Meanwhile, we're just going to jump back in with Category 4 and our Category 3 leaders. The Category 3 leaders steadily working the way up and through. You can see that train of blue dots on the bottom left-hand side of your screen representing the riders in blue in the centre. They're just coming up on Angie Solorzano. Solorzano in Category 4, just out of the saddle at the moment on this. It's a 10.6% slope, and there's going to be a little bit of assistance here, but at 8 kilometers an hour, it's about pacing more than it is. The draft effect's there, but it's minimal.
I would just say none.
None? There's got to be some.
No, not at all. Not that you would notice.
That's different.
Maybe if you were a fly.
Okay.
If you were a fly and an elephant came past you, you might notice it.
It's probably not the best analogy you've used over the years
of
commentary. But yeah, let's think of this as an express train coming past when you stood on the station. That big mass of engines on its way through. Does that work?
Probably not.
Okay, there you go. Let's not do analogies. We'll have a day off analogies. There we go.
I don't think anything would work on this climb, I tell you.
So let's jump in with our riders. The Category 3 riders on the way past. Gina Van Rossum there with getting on board the hydration. Now, that's going to be really, really key, isn't it? Keeping cool, keeping hydrated is going to be critical.
It is indeed today. The temperatures for the riders riding across Europe at the moment, there's a heat wave throughout Europe at the moment. It's very, very hot. Here in France, where we are, it's already 37 degrees, and we are at 10 a.m. in the morning. So some of our riders really riding in extreme temperatures, others riding during the night where they are. So we can't discount the fact that that time zone plays a huge part. Our American riders at the moment, it's around 4 a.m.
And riders out around the globe, it does mean you've got to be ready to go. But I think at the moment, to be honest, I'd rather race at night than in the daytime. If I was outdoors, if I'm indoors, well, you can control that environment, and that's one of the great things that is there. And it's one of the things our riders have to get dialed in. Now, Category 1 should have it dialed in. If not, they've got plenty of improvement that they can make by dialing that in. This is your leading group. They have already distanced at least one of the riders who is up in there. Good to see that we've got Gabby Norden in here, Tiffany Penner as well, Gabi Guerra's in the mix, Hao Zhang is in here, the rider who's qualified for China for the World Championships. They're underneath the start of this. This is the first full segment of climbing. The gradient ramps up. It's where we've seen our previous race fields who have started, and you can just about make them out on the radar view. At the very top, there's a profusion of green, blue, and red dots, and that is where the riders are in front. The first riders they will see are the Category 2 riders, but this is the Category 1 leading race field. We're in with Ursula Kasani. So Ursula Kasani already in the mix here. Rider who is really strong. Again, another world's qualified rider for the UCI Worlds.
She is indeed, and again, you are quite correct. Very, very strong rider. Now, let's just talk about these first two sections of the endurance climb, because they are the steepest sections on the course. This first one, the majority of our riders are currently on at the moment, Endurance Climb 1, 3 kilometres in length, an average gradient of 9.7%. The second climb is the steepest, Endurance Climb 2, 3.5 kilometres long, with an average gradient of 10.2%. Then the climbs, I was going to use the word easier, they don't really get easier, they get a little less steep, but the first two climbs a day are the steepest. Well, we're in with Category 1 on the left-hand side of our screen at 3.5 kilometres into the race. They have started the climb, and there's a stretch on the group already. On the right-hand side of your screen, we're coming up to the 5.5 kilometre mark. This is the leading group on the road. This is the Category 4 race field, who started first out of the start pen today. And it's a good-sized group. There's around 13 riders in that leading group in Category 4, and they've got 500 metres to go. Well, we did think in our pre-race conversation in the studio here today that we would see groups get caught very, very quickly on this course because of the nature of the climbing and because of the differential between the packs in each of the categories. And Category 3 already only around 200 metres behind the leaders in Category 4. Well, we're in with Paul at the moment. She's part and parcel of that leading pack of Category 1 riders at 3.7 kilometres. It's 10.2%. This is steep, but this is a well-matched group. I'm just taking a look at who's getting stretched at the back of the group. Koinstinen, Kasani, Engstrom and Holdcroft. Those are the riders who are just off the back of the group at the moment. Van Hove, Menenzes, Stevenson, Paul, all part and parcel of that pack. And you can see up and out of the saddle, Paul in her pain cave, working hard to stay in that group. And that's what this is all about, being in the leading group for as long as possible and working and treating, we regularly say this, don't we? At the top of every climb is the finish line.
Yeah, you're going to be saying that a lot today. If the top of every climb is the top of a finishing line on the way through, but you are correct. It is every time we get to the top of a climb, that is going to be a selection point. If you're in it, you've got to be with the lead group. If you're not in the lead group, you're not going to be in for the win. I don't think anybody's going to make it back on those flatter sections. If they do, they would drop for a reason. That's kind of it's that phrase that's so often said. You drop for a reason. You don't come off the back for no reason, and generally getting back on again is really difficult to do. And if you do, that reason you got dropped in the first place will probably see you get dropped next time you hit the climb. And I think that's what makes it really tricky.
Well, I also think, and I remember having a conversation with Zach Nair once when he won the Sunday Race Club for the first time. He got dropped twice on that race and had to fight to get back on. And he fought to get back on, and he still won. So there is the possibility of getting dropped, coming back, and still winning. You do obviously have to be a world-class rider, but the Category 1 pack are.
Oh yeah, 100%. And well, I would argue, because we've got people who are qualifying in multiple categories,
We do.
that we've got world class in all of our categories. I think it's just about what type of course it is.
Yes, and what type of rider you are.
Yeah, so we've seen riders who are great at those sprints, that shorter distance, the repeated efforts, coming in time and time again in the World Championships. Here, we've got riders who are completing the first part of the climb here. This is the first tester, but we've got repeated climb sections. So if you're good at a repeated climb section, this is going to be the day that we're going to find out how it goes and how you're doing. So the riders going up and through part 1 of the climb. And remember
13 of them.
This is part 1 now. 13 riders through so far in this race field.
Together.
It's a block of riders. But that says to me, Emma, that they're pacing their way up here in a very smart way. The first full section, and when you look at that climb and the distance that they've done up here, it is definitely going to be really interesting to see the pacing and the speed, but not far behind a Category 3.
Yeah.
Nikki Lloyd did a 19:05.
Yeah, but for me now, the effort here is to bring your heart rate down as low as possible. You want to be on the back of the group. You want to be watching the group, and take a look at Nikki Lloyd right on the back of the group. I tell you something, she has got this dialed. But, you climb hard, you climb strong, then you recover. You drop your heart rate as far as possible before you have to start climbing again. That is going to be absolutely critical today.
So here we go. You just see that we're on Endurance Climb 1. Doreen Chu now through, leading with the time 19:05 for the first segment in Category 4, 15:15 in Category 3, some 4 minutes quicker.
8 riders, though, in that
section
group.
Again, so it is a real interesting split there, and I think it shows you that these time gaps, we're going to see the catch and the pass, but there's always going to be somebody in front and behind on the course, and of course that's going to make things really interesting as we move our way up the climb. Just seeing a few more of our riders come through in Category 3 there, and lots more to come. I mean, they're huge race fields. So in Category 3, 40 riders.
They are very, very big race fields, and really interesting to see. At the end of Endurance Climb 1, 13 riders in the leading group in Category 4, 7 riders in the leading group in Category 3. So the groups are continuing to roll. In Category 2, well, it's looking like it's a bit of a different story, because it's looking like Smithers is right at the head of the field, and we've got a lone rider for the first time in any of the categories at the head of the race field. She's got around 100 metres to go before she sees that finish banner. Now, Jeremy Prado is the rider behind, around 10 seconds back. So it's looking like Category 2. Category 2 is our smallest race field. 25 riders were on the start sheets first thing this morning. And that is the race field that seems to be splitting into lone riders. Well, pretty much that's going to be a time trial against the clock, Matt.
It is. I was just taking a little look, actually, of where we are in terms of distance. So at the moment, Smithers is the solo rider in Category 2. She's just going through that time split, going through the gap. She'll have the fastest time so far because she's rocketed away up. The groups are broken. She's got 3.3K between the top of Endurance Segment 1 and the start of segment number 2. So that's a flat section, 3.3K. The gaps are going to be critical, and whether she sits up and rests and she just uses that to break the riders. If you're just breaking the riders, do you need so much time? on the first one. It might be that she's just feeling super confident. At the moment, she's got 10 seconds on Prado, and I think Vittori is there with Prado behind. 2 riders chasing behind in category 2. And at the moment, making the way up. 20 minutes of racing done in category 2. Category 1, we're 14 minutes in, and we're on our way up. In category 4, they've done 30 minutes of racing.
And can I just tell you, so I've just clocked Nikki Lloyd's heart rate there. She's dropped her heart rate by about 25 beats a minute.
Incredible. Brilliant. That shows the fitter you are. This basic theory is the fitter you are, the faster your heart rate will drop, the quicker it will come back down again. So if you're super fit, you should be able to put in the effort. Your heart rate will drop fast. It will come back up again quickly. It's very reactive, and it will drop lower each time. And your resting heart rate will be lower as well. So you've got more capacity between your resting heart rate and your maximum. So if somebody can drop their heart rate 20 beats like that, Nikki Lloyd, super fit. Now, Doreen Chu, our rider on the screens at the moment, will be looking at the moment to keep that heart rate down. We're just on the flat section coming through the cave.
She's a happy rider. Happy rider's a fast rider, I tell you.
Yeah, and got the fastest time in category 3 up the climb there for Chu in that first section. And let's see whether or not we're going to see Doreen on the front and getting the next section. She's got the polka dot skin suit, and that's awarded to the rider who accumulates the most points in the mountain sections. Now, normally on a average Sunday, that is multiple climbs with descents on the other side. At the moment, of course, there are no descents on this. If I was to be riding this, I have to say I'll be turning around at the top at the end of today's ride and riding all the way back down. Or maybe freewheeling all the way back down again. It's definitely the case. Now, category 3 leaders are at 9K. Category 4 leaders are at 9.1K. They're literally just around the bend, just in front. The category 3 riders on the left-hand side of your screen are going to see them, but not before category 4 see this banner. They can approach it and hit the next section. We are on a slight descent. It's fractions of a gradient. You're not really going to notice that because here we go. We're coming up on to the climb proper. We're on to segment number 2 with category 4, and here come category 3.
Well, let me just give you a name check of who's in these 2 groups. So in the leading group in category 4, it's Nikki Lloyd, Bridget Bremner, Isabel Alzat, Natalia Idzik, Katie Bago, Fanucci Korn-Sarasu, Ella Vink, Cynthia Narvaez, Simone Francis, Elizabeth Fielder, Alvarez is there as well. In category 3, that leading group are Chu, Van Rossum, Bergin, Johnson, Piccolo, Herrera, Hyde, and De Silva. So really interesting to see how this now plays out as those 2 categories of riders move on to endurance climb 2. And let me tell you, this one has an average gradient of 10.7%. It is indeed the steepest section, and it's 3.5 kilometres long.
So we have our category 4, 3 riders, the leaders in those groups, going on to the second of the endurance climb segments. Category 2 are over the top on the flat, as are category 1. The endurance climb time for category 1 set by Kristen Korchinski, an 11:18.853, and 8 riders in the leading group as they went over the top. Korchinski, Colombi, Menendez, Guerra, Fua going over the top with McCarthy, Bassoni, and Kolokov. I think hangs out just distance off the back. So the distance is there. The gaps have opened. And I tell you something, this is going to be interesting. Category 2, for me, bold move by Smithers. You've got Vittori and Prado, the 2 riders chasing now at 12 seconds behind. Smithers held her pace on the flat on the top right-hand side of your screen. She's heading into the climb. Behind her, the category 1 are still making their way around the flat sections between segments 1 and 2. And at the moment, we have got categories 3 and 4 onto segment number 2.
We have indeed. And look at that. Category 3 now going past the leaders in Category 4. So Category 3 leaders are now the leaders on the road. But it is Smithers who comes underneath that polka dot banner, signifying the start of Endurance Climb 2. She's leading Category 2. So we now have 3 of our 4 race fields on to Endurance Climb 2. And Category 1 leading group are sweeping up Category 2 riders on that flat transition section between Endurance Climb 1 and Endurance Climb 2.
So you can see the Category 4 riders who are leading. This is the leading group. Nikki Lloyd just sat towards the back of that group, keeping an eye on the riders in front. In Category 3, they're on the left-hand side. There are leaders on the road. Chu in that polka dot skin suit in Category 3. Lloyd in the polka dot skin suit in Category 4 onto the second climb section. So this is going to be really key now, because this is where the riders really have to be smart about how much effort they put in here. The more effort they put in now, the less going to have later, and pacing is critical on something of this distance. Chu is looking very happy. Now, it is a phrase that I overuse. I use it almost as much as Emma uses the summit is the finish line. And that is happy riders are fast riders, because I really do believe that if you're in a good place personally, if you are happy, you are just less stress going around your body, less toxins, there's less lactic acid. Everything is easier when you're in a good place and in a good mood and you're happy, and therefore everything goes happy. Now, my happy place is climbing in Italy.
Oh, I can give you a short, sharp, steep Italian climb. This is our steepest climb today on this course, Endurance Climb 2. Now, I found a really nice steep climb in Italy.
In Italy? Go
on,
let's see if I've been there.
di Sormano.
Oh, it doesn't ring a bell, but that doesn't mean...
Well, it's only 1.6 kilometres in length.
Oh, well, that's really short.
But it has an average gradient, bearing in mind 1.6 kilometres is a mile. It has an average gradient of 16.6%. and a maximum gradient of 20.3%, much, much steeper than what our riders have for this endurance climb number 2, but this is longer.
Okay. There you go. We shall go back to Emma's stats. Don't forget, if you want loads of stats, a good friend of ours is Simon Warren, a rider who rides esports regularly. In fact, did his first ride of the Outdoors with us. And he's a rider who writes the 100 climbs books from around the globe. So he's done 100 climbs all over the place.
Yes.
Pretty much wherever you want to go. Great friend of ours, and I'm sure he will be absolutely itching.
And I do know people who buy his books and tick off every single one.
Not me. Not happening. Not a chance. I would much rather be on this sort of terrain where it's a little bit flatter. Now, one of the things that if you are new to the Sunday Race Club you might not be aware of is that the riders aren't able to draft each other in different categories. So you can see at the moment we've got some Category 3 riders in blue, Category 2 in green, in amongst the Category 1 riders with the yellow jerseys. And that is because they're able to draft. The differential in power to weight ratio isn't really going to take effect until they hit the climbers they've done now. And this is where we're seeing Kristen Kolczynski, the rider who has the polka dot skin suit, leading up Fua very quickly out of the saddle, chasing her on the top left-hand side of your screen. Kolowitz is going hard as well. Here she comes with the yellow bandana, Pantani-esque headwear there onto the climb. In fact, that's probably where I did my best climbing performance, was on a climb that Pantani once won on. There you go.
Which one was that? He won on a lot.
That was on the Sanctuary de something called...
I've asked you a question you can't remember the answer to, haven't I?
The Sanctuary de something or other near Biella.
Well,
I remember it. It was one of my best climbing performances ever, but it was eclipsed when the Italian race field of the Giro went up it, and they ripped it apart and absolutely blatted it. Let's see whether or not Fua can hold on to the rider in front. That is Kolczynski, Caminenzi, Bassoni, Columbi, Kolkowitz hold the wheels of the climbing specialist that is Kolczynski, who's been setting the pace here. And it may well be they're going to let Kolczynski burn herself out here, because that would be a tactic I would think about using if I was with a really good climber here. Let them burn themselves out on the climb.
Well, there is a massive question as to whether Fur and Bassoni can actually burn themselves out on the climb, whether Kulczynski can as well, because these are phenomenal riders. Jasenia Menendez is in here as well. Now, Colombian rider, Colombia, famous for its climbs and its climbers.
Yeah, very much.
And I think Jasenia Menendez could be the dark horse today in terms of taking the win. Let me just give you one of the climbs in Colombia.
Oh, okay.
The Alto de Letras.
Okay, go on. I've never heard of it. I'm sorry for my ignorance.
81 kilometres of climbing.
How many?
81 kilometres of climbing. Almost 4,000 metres. It makes what our riders are doing today like absolutely nothing. And with climbs like that in Colombia, why would we not think that the Colombian riders were going to be some of the best climbers in the world?
But you've got almost 4,000 meters of climbing,
and I'm
guessing in Colombia that you're pretty much at altitude to start off with. That is going to be absolutely oxygen debt city. That's wow. I'm right. Okay. But please do join me afterwards in Googling a YouTube video of the Alto de Letras. I'm going to let you Letras. So it's Alto DE. Then Letras. There you go.
Yeah, 81 kilometres.
81 kilometres, and somebody will have a ride video. If you want to watch the whole ride video, let me know, because I'm going to be doing it on fast forward. I'm not watching somebody ride uphill for 81k. Not my idea. If I'm riding uphill for 35 or 45k, yeah, let's do that, because we can do it and watch all of our riders with all the information that MyWhoosh brings you here. And don't forget, you could join these riders. Not right now. They've already started. You missed that boat. But you could be doing it next week for qualifier race number 3. And then, of course, running into September. And, of course, we have lots of great racing. We've got the MyWhoosh Classics coming up with every Wednesday and Saturday, if I remember correctly. And they are premium events, so you know that all the riders are going to be checked on there. And the riders are going to be making sure that they're all verified if they're going to be racing in the World Championships, using it for qualification.
Yes, but you don't have to have that second dual record to race that race.
Nope.
There is a community race as well. Should the riders riding the semi-finals of the Worlds want to use it as a verification race, they can, and they can go through verification and dual record to do that. But it is an open community race, and you can find out more about that because Cy Bradley has a recon.
The infamous, legendary Cy Bradley recon has arrived here on MyWhoosh.
On his YouTube channel. And on Facebook.
Jump on board. Have a look. Tell Cy he's getting older in the comments.
No, don't do that.
No, he is. He's looking older. I tell you something. Do you know what? I think he is. He is actually. Maybe he's just been working really hard, or maybe he's been training hard. Because when you train hard, you do look older, I think.
Do you?
I think you do.
Right, I'm going to... Well,
you do.
Thanks.
What?
How old do I look?
I'm not answering that question. I would like to live to the end of the show in the studio without having something embedded in my head from the other side of the studio. Let's see how old our riders get by the time they get to the top. They will be certainly using a lot of energy.
I think they'll be about an hour older than they are now.
Well, that's a bold prediction, because I think that some of our riders will be there longer. If it was me, I would be taking a lot longer than an hour up here. I would be riding and enjoying it and looking at the sights. And whatever you want to get out of the riding on MyWhoosh, you can do that. So make sure you jump on board. Now, let's dive back into the race. We have, thank you for my predictions, Matt, Stefani Piccolo up there with Doreen Chu with a gap now. 2 riders clear the chasing group of Herrero, Johnson, Hyde, and Bergin. It's going to be Johnson, Bergin, Herrero behind the 3 riders, and then Hyde is a further 30 seconds back. 6 riders still clear of Smithers, and look at Stefani Piccolo. Now, we said happy riders are fast riders. This is a rider in her element at the moment. Out of the saddle, still got the big long sleeve jersey on here at the moment. The aircon clearly is working where Stefani Piccolo is. Stefani is at the moment out of the saddle, climbing well. And Stefani, if you are listening, we would like you to send us the details of the longest climb that you've ridden in Brazil. So the longest Brazilian climb that you have ridden on in Brazil, paved, not gravel. longest paved climb in Brazil, and how high it is and how many meters, because clearly it's working for you being able to go out and ride on that, because at the moment Stefani Piccolo opening up the gap on Doreen Chu. So we see the gap open, Piccolo out of the saddle. We are still at 11.4k, and that means the top of this climb is 1.4k away.
Yeah, it is indeed. And let me just remind you, this is only endurance climb 2. We have 3 more to go. So Piccolo and Chu doing the business. In fact, Piccolo 18 seconds up the road from Chu now, climbing her own climb. And I think that is key at the moment. You've got to set your own pace and you've got to be comfortable at it. 3 riders chasing behind Chu, Herrero, Johnson and Bergin. Those 5 riders are at the front of the race at the moment. Then category 2 leaders are the next group of riders on the road. They've gone past the leaders in category 4, and they are now coming up to the back of those leaders in category 3. And we're in with Prado. She has company in the pain cave, and you can see the level of work going in there, the effort on the faces of the riders, because Prado is chasing Vittori. In fact, she's coming up onto Vittori's wheel. So Vittori and Prado, the 2 riders there. Smithers now just 9 seconds up the road. I'll tell you something, Vittori and Prado have done a fantastic climb on this second section, because Smithers was riding clear. Now these 2 riders are coming back.
Pacing is everything, and experience is everything. Being a smart rider, German Prado is a multi-time champion. She's a multi-time road champion. She is absolute class on a bike, and that experience. This is when you've got to call on that. You've got to really pull it in and suck in and dig in deep, and having that experience of being dropped and coming back, being dropped, coming back. You can take it from the road or the track or the mountain bike or cyclocross and transfer it indoors. You can take it from indoors and you can take it outside. You know, this transfer of skills and abilities.
And we're seeing riders do
really,
both.
really important.
We're seeing riders who have had careers elsewhere outside, not even in cycle sport, but in triathlon or rowing or skiing or skating, and coming into cycling and esports. And we're seeing riders who have specialised in esports cycling and then transfer it outside.
Yep, totally. And that transfer of skills will continue, and hopefully more and more riders will develop those, because if you want to do a specific effort, the way to do it, sit on the turbo or sit on your smart bike and jump on MyWhoosh.
Smithers and Vittori now pushing on past the leaders in category 3. They've just passed the chase group of 3 of Bergin, Herrero and Johnson. The only riders they have ahead of them now are Chu and Vittori. And the rider who is clear at the moment in category 3 down the road. Rebecca Johnson is there. She's chasing. Do you know what? She's come back to Holly Bergin. So Johnson putting in a sterling performance. She hadn't gone with the leading 5, but on this climb, on the steepest climb, she is catching. I have to say, that is a fantastic performance from Johnson.
Well, Johnson really has improved with all of the climbs that we've done on the Sunday race. So we've seen her improve and get better and better and better. She's really using those skills now. You've got to race your strengths, and it could well be she's thought, do you know what? My strength is that climbing now. I'm going to use that, and that's where I'm going to pull the gaps back. So 4 groups of riders away in terms of our leaders. The leader in category 3 is Stefani Piccolo, the leader on the road, being chased by Chu at 35 seconds. Then Johnson, along with Herrera and Bergin, they are currently sitting a little further back, but Marcel Smithers, leading category 2, has company. Serena Vittori has made the junction, making it 2 riders at the front of category 2. Smithers has been caught by Vittori, and Vittori can climb. We've seen her put in great performances on the Jebel Yace, on the Jebel Hafit, some of the longest climbs that we've been using to date. And I would class them as longer climbs, really, than the climbs we use in the Paso Alto. We're going to see whether or not they're going to be joined by any more riders. Now, Julian Montgomery is riding very smoothly here, very strongly. You can see that focus as she looks up in front of Montgomery, the Swedish rider here, looking at the screen, looking at where those riders are, tapping out that rhythm, looking very smooth.
Yeah, she's currently lying in 4th position at the moment in that Category 2 race. And I'll tell you something, Prado, well, she's about to go past Doreen Chu, the rider in Category 3 in the polka dot skin suit, and the rider in green ahead of her is German Prado. So fabulous riding from Montgomery on this second climb, pulling back in those riders.
So Montgomery and Chu with Prado in their sights. Smithers has Piccolo in her sights at the moment, as has Vittori, because they are closing in on the back wheel of Piccolo and not far behind. The Category 1 riders are coming as well. Remember that this is the second of our main segments. The race distance in total, 35 kilometers. 35 kilometers. The riders have to make the very end of this at 35k to get their race result. Will it be Category 1 at the front? The odds are it's going to be, unless something drastic happens, because Kolchinsky, Bassoni and Fua are on the way. There is a pack of riders in Category 1. We will have a look at the size of that in a moment. This is the leading group, though. Smithers, Piccolo and Vittori, they are at the front. Montgomery leading the chase behind with Prado. And then you've got Fua, Kolchinsky and Bassoni all sweeping them up very shortly indeed. In fact, I think they're right on their heels by the look of our screen. So it's going to be very quick as they come up here. Now, just taking a look, this is the chasing group. They have just gone past the chasers, the nearest to the front at the moment. And Smithers, Vittori and Piccolo are going to see the express train that's being led by the polka dot skin suit of Kristen Kolchinsky. She's really the locomotive that is setting the pace for everybody in this train.
Oh, she is indeed. And Kolchinsky with Bassoni, with Fua, with Menendez. This group of riders are at the 4 of the Category 1 pack. Menendez just 2 seconds back. Columbi also in the mix as well, I think. But take a look at that. That is 4 riders. 4 riders definitely clear in Category 1. Kolchinsky, Bassoni, Fua and Menendez. Well, I'm not surprised.
No.
That it's that 4.
No. I mean, Roberto Bassoni is an absolutely awesome climber. We know this. We've seen her really put in great moves, put in attacks, be right at the front of the racing when we've got long climbs. They absolutely suit it. Now, she's changed her style a little bit, I think, because of the World Championship, of course, being short climbs, but she uses her climbing ability to take away the maximum from the race in any climbing situation. And at the moment, she's certainly doing that. Now,
well, she's been out on that Gran Fondo circuit,
yeah,
and has been absolutely on the podium regularly.
It's probably the definition of a hard rider.
Well, 5 riders.
To do that, you've got to be good, haven't you?
You have. Well, 5 riders in that leading group in Category 1. Kolchinsky, Fua, Bassoni, Columbi and Menendez. Vittori and Smithers are leading the Category 2 race. They are also over the top of this second endurance climb. And Stefani Piccolo is the leader of the Category 3 race at the moment.
So if you're watching us live at the moment, we're coming out to you. This is the one and only stream we're going to be bringing you today. It's a big one. It's a marathon one. It's an epic one because we are on the endurance climb. On endurance climb 2, the first 5 riders from Category 1 have gone up over the top. You can see that their time up through the second segment, 14 minutes 25. Compare that to the 11 minutes 18 for the first segment. They have been motoring the way up there and really pushing on. They have got to, though, deal with that steeper gradient, which they've done. Behind, Vittori, Montgomery, Smithers and Prado from Category 2. Piccolo leading Category 3 over the top of endurance climb segment number 2. So segment 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 have to be completed, plus the run into the finish. At the moment, the leaders on the road are our Category 2 riders, Vittori and Smithers. They are 4 seconds ahead. They're on the right-hand side of your screen. You can see they've just gone past the gazebo there with a pink and green side to it. And now come Category 1. Massive views off the side of the mountain here as you come past the MyWhoosh sun shelters here. The crowd screaming on. They're cheering our riders. Category 1 leaders about to make the junction on the flat, and this will work for the leaders in Category 2, because if I was Victoria and Smithers, I would be jumping in on this express train. I wouldn't try and hold them off. I'd try and jump in.
Yeah, I would too, and I'd try and sit on the back of it and take as much rest as possible. Well, Kulczynski is doing a great job of rest at the moment because Bassoni, Fuhr, Menendez, Kulczynski and Columbi are the riders in that leading group. Victoria and Smithers are just 2 seconds ahead. There they come. This is the Category 1 leading pack. They're about to sweep up the Category 2 leading pack of 2 riders, and we are 14.5 kilometres into this 35-kilometre race. 44 minutes of racing complete for Category 1. Well, actually, no, it's 44 minutes of racing complete for Category 2. 39 minutes of racing complete for Category 1. This is really going to get interesting. Can Marcel Smithers and Serena Vittori stay in this group, or will they group of 5 leading Category 1 riders just go straight over the top?
We will have to see. Just doing a little bit of analysis. I'm just doing a little bit of Emma's job here. For between the riders on Endurance Climb 1 and Endurance Climb 2, 2 is a steeper one of the two. Kristen Kulczynski averaged 267 watts on the first Endurance Climb segment. She averaged 264 watts. Just 3 watts difference.
Can I tell you something?
That's less than 1%.
Do you know what I think?
Go on.
I think she's been doing hill climbs outside with her coach. She's been hitting the hill climb season in the US. She has learnt exactly what watts she needs to put out to climb, and to climb comfortably but strongly. And she is just delivering exactly what she has to in terms of her numbers. I think I'm going to ask her when I see her.
Okay.
Is she a rider who works to numbers or heart rate? And I think it might be numbers.
Well, so might Catherine Fuhr, because the difference is literally 3 watts for Kulczynski. For Catherine Fuhr, she went up the first of our climbs at 302. She again dropped down in her average watts. She dropped a whole 4 watts. She went to 298. And it shows you how smooth and consistent they are. Gabrielle Nordin in here. So Nordin riding well. We're just going to take a little bit of a check. Nordin's watts on the second of them. It was 222. Meanwhile, you can see in the background that we have got a coffee on the go in the background of Gabby Nordin's pancake there.
Snacks on the go
and
as
a bit
well.
of snacks and coffee. Morning. Good to see that there's some support and encouragement here. Gabrielle Nordin at the moment riding really well with Amelia Velt, both very strong riders. Nordin from Sweden, Velt from Germany, but the 2 riders very, very strong. Now, I think Nordin has qualified for the World Championships. So congratulations, Gabby. Well done.
Yep, and this is a good ride, you know. It's a strong ride here, riding their way up into the top 40 now on the road. And let's just remember, for those of you who are new to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, Category 4 start first. They start first. They start 5 minutes before Category 3, 10 minutes before Category 2, and 15 minutes before Category 1. So our Category 1 riders starting 15 minutes behind the first group of riders at the start pen. And I can see Simone Francis, Kristen Hamilton behind. And I think that's the leading group in Category 4.
That's going to be all of our categories out on course at the moment. We will try and cover as many as we can for as long as we can until we but also need snacks and supplies. We're well fueled up here. Here is one for you guys. If just as a quick heads up, guys, make sure you're taking a drink on board. If you are watching live or you are eating whilst you're riding, please do that now. we do have a number of riders, and a big thank you to everybody who is putting their feeds in. We're just in with Gabby Guerra at the moment, and Gabby sitting there ticking the pedals around. She's got company there with Holcroft and Van Hove, and at the moment Gabby Guerra just keeping the pedals spinning there. I'm sure the fans will be rolling. Guerra, who's been riding really strongly on the road as well.
Yes,
late.
a lot. And I'll tell you something, this is a great performance because these three riders, Van Hove, Holcroft and Guerra, I think what we're looking at here is they are currently sat over the top of the climb. Well, Guerra was sat in 9th position, so Van Hove in 8th, Guerra in 9th. Coinston was there in terms of time, but Holdcroft as well. So really good to see. Actually, Maria Holdcroft went over in 6th position on the climb, or the 6th fastest time on the climb. And McCarthy is there or thereabouts as well. So this group of riders, including Guerra, in the top 10 of category 1. And she finished in the top 10 last week as well. So some phenomenal, consistent performances coming out of Guerra at the moment.
So as they hit the slope, it goes to 10%. Gabby Guerra out of the saddle here, stamping down on the bike. You can just see it rocking slightly side to side. The turbo trainer there has different feet that fit onto the bottom either side to allow you to adjust how much movement there is in the bike. As you go through, the more it moves, the more you can move that bike about. Generally, it's regarded as being more comfortable, but not necessarily as efficient. But this is a big climb, and you've got to be comfy. One rider who is comfy the moment it goes uphill, it is the one and only Kristen Kolczynski. Now, she has got a gap. She is on endurance climb number 3. Tell us about endurance climb 3, Emma.
Well, endurance climb number 3 is the shortest climb today if you discount the start and the finish. It's the shortest main climb at 2.8 kilometres, an average gradient of 8.7. So this is less steep than the first 2 climbs. It's probably the only way I can say it. And it started at 16 kilometres, so she's already 900 metres into this at the moment. But Kolczynski has pushed on here. Well, I think actually what Kolczynski has done is continue to tap her own rhythm. Fua and Bassoni are chasing, and they too are managing their own pace because they know there are another 2 climbs to come. So this is endurance climb 3. There is endurance climb 4 and endurance climb 5 still down the road. So this is the third of 5 climbs today, and Kolczynski now looking at around 7 seconds on Fua and Bassoni. Bassoni part and parcel of the Afito skier squad, and you can see them on the screen in front of us. Gonzalez, Rua, Kalman, Bassoni. Look at the effort through those pedals of Bassoni. That's because it's just shy of 10% where she is at the moment. Giovanni is there as well. But what climbing we are seeing today.
And really different styles here. Giovanni out of the saddles, dancing on those pedals. Bassoni using those levers, sat down, powering through. You can see the pedal cadence here, the revs per minute is right down here, but she's putting masses of power sat down in the saddle there. A very different climbing style. A number of riders will get out of the saddle and stamp on the pedals, but it is intensive. You use energy in supporting your body weight as well. Bassoni sat really churning that gear out, really effective here. Giovanni dancing on the pedals at the front of this group that includes Bjarhead, Colclough, Stevenson in there as well.
Well, I'll tell you
very
something.
Different riding
this
styles.
This is a big group of riders coming together. Category 1, because we've got Gabby Nordin in there as well. Amelia Velt just off the back. Lam Kong, Category 2 rider. Colclough, Bjarhead, Turkover into Silver from Category 3.
It's a huge pack.
Wagner from Category 2 in there as well. Sophie Giovanni, Marlene Bjarhead, all in this mix. It's a huge group of riders at the moment.
And just keeping focused now, we are coming up with this group to 17 kilometers in a moment, 16 and a half as we speak. Remember, this is 35k in total, so over a third of the race distance done for Giovanni at the moment and the group that are with her. Let's take a little bit of a look through some of our other categories. Now, we're in with the category 4 riders at the moment. This is the big pack leading category 4. They're also into the same climb segment. So all 4 of our leading groups in the same climb segments and the same time at the moment, with Alze, Venk, Francis, Bago, Hamilton, Idzik, all in here. They're surrounding at the moment Kristen Hamilton and Isabella Bryson. Bryson, the rider in category 3 there, but Isaac wearing the polka dot skin suit as we speak at the moment. Going to be very interesting to see how they continue onwards, if that stays as a big group. Now, just jumping across a little bit lower down the climb, Cornelia Engstrom at the moment out of the saddle coming in to this segment. So they're on their way into the climb and making the way up on to the climb. And Cornelia Engstrom here doing a great job out of the saddle and going to be kicking down here. Engstrom's a good climber. We always see her coming to the fore when she climbs well. Category 2, I saw out the corner of my eye, and I don't know if Emma can confirm this. Category 2, I think we saw all of the leaders starting to come back together again, but I could be wrong. At some point, no doubt, we will be running our way back up through the group towards our Category 2 riders. We will see where they are. It's really tricky at the moment because everyone is quite packed together.
They are indeed, but in Category 2, we had Smithers and Vittori were the 2 riders clear. And then we had Montgomery and Prado who were chasing hard. The issue is, what has happened? Well, Smithers and Vittori look to me as though they are still very, very close together. Montgomery and Prado are glued to the wheels and they are 27 seconds back. So there has not been much change other than we now have 2 riders and 2 riders.
Yeah, they kind of got into 2 and 2. It come back a little bit closer, I think, and then it split apart again on the climb. If you drop, it usually drop for a reason. But the one thing about this race route, because there's no real descent, you don't get that compression that you get when you come into a climb from a descent. The compression coming off the flat onto the climb doesn't seem to be as dramatic. Now, at the moment, Smithers and Vittori, they're still inside the top 10 overall. They have only been passed by 5 of our Category 1 riders at 17k, and that is one heck of a performance.
I agree with you completely, Matt. Smithers and Vittori, absolutely outstanding performance here. Montgomery and Prado as well. These 4 Category 2 riders really, really riding strongly today. Mary-Kate McCarthy moving into 6th place on the road in Category 1. Another strong performance. I'll tell you something. She is going to break into the top 5 very, very shortly because she has been so strong in her riding since she joined the Sunday Race Club.
She has indeed. Now, let's take a little bit of a look at a little bit more detail further down the climb. Just taking a little look here. Emily Mabbin, one of our regular riders. Emily, really strong sprinter.
Yes.
My first memories of Emily Mabbin riding on the MyWhoosh was as part of the $1 million championship that we had.
Oh my gosh, that's nearly 18 months ago.
I know, it's amazing my memory goes that far back, but she is a great sprinter. She's absolutely got a great kick on her. Very, very fast twitch, very good kick, very instant response. This is not, I think, going to suit her climbing today. Because I think when you've got that kick, you want to be able to stamp, sit down, stamp, sit down, stamp, sit down. None of these climbs are like that. All these climbs are 3K of interminable grind.
But you know what? Just because it's not your favoured part of training, it doesn't mean you shouldn't do it.
Really? Is that where I've been going wrong all these years?
And I have to say, Mabbin is doing a storming job at the moment. She's an hour into her race, 12.5 kilometres of 35 kilometres done. It is looking as though it will be, a over 2-hour race for her. But, actually, it's a good training as well.
Well, training, they say, train your weaknesses and race your strengths. One rider who's racing their strengths is Kirsten Kolczynski. She is currently the leader on the road. She's got a gap now to Bassoni, to Menezes, to Fua, and to Colombi. The distance to Colombi, the time gap, 1 minute 22. And the leaders in through the climb. End of climb 1 segment. So Kolczynski through there. We're just following Celine Colombi coming through. And the Italian, another of our regular riders, just ahead of Mary Kate McCarthy, who has gone past Smithers and Vittori, who are still holding top 10 positions. This is great riding by them as we come up towards the end of climb segment number 3, the endurance climb here. So let's take a look at where we are at the moment with 5 riders over the top and the time as they go over the top. Now, you said this was the shortest segment, Emma, earlier on. That's reflected in the time.
Yes.
9:57 for this, 11:18 for the first one, and a 14-minute 25 for the second one.
And I can tell you, Kolczynski is continuing with her consistency in terms of the watts she is putting out on the climb. 263 that time, just 1 watt lower on average than the 264 she did for the climb before.
And interestingly, that the comparison, when you take it to Catherine Fua going through, she was 3:02, 2:98, now 2:87. So dropping more in terms of heart rate.
Well, in terms of watts?
In terms of watts than on the way through. I haven't looked at the heart rate. So
no, but my question is Fua now thinking, I'm with a group, I'm just going to stay with the group for now? There are, maybe I think Fua's race head is taking over here. And actually what she's doing now is riding with others until the race progresses, because there are 2 more climbs to go. And Kolczynski is doing her own thing and just riding to her numbers out front. I could be completely wrong, but that's my interpretation of what potentially we're seeing.
She might be riding on heart rate because... Are you ready for this? Segment 1, climb heart rate for segment 1 for Catherine Fua, 173 heartbeat. 176 for the steep one. 173 again for the third one. Now, you can measure it, and our riders have to wear a heart rate monitor so that their performance is measured and we can check that for verification. But a good rider won't even need to look at their heart rate monitor to know when they are sitting on their aerobic limit. So they're sitting at the point where if they go any deeper, they burn anaerobic fuel. They're basically without oxygen, which is what anaerobic means. And that means that you're just burning fuel from your body. Whereas when you're in an aerobic state, you're actually combining it with oxygen. It's sustainable.
And it's really interesting, isn't it? Because some riders do ride and train to watts. Others ride and train to heart rate. I've been a heart rate trainer for even before I started cycling competitively. When I was running competitively, I used to run on my heart rate because I was one of those racers who I could run within 2 beats of the number that I knew for hours. I remember doing a fell race, and it was 4.5 hours it took me to come in. And I think I took 3rd place that day. But I literally, for those 4 hours, ran within 2 beats the whole way.
Right. Well, you are more of a Catherine Kolczynski then, because Catherine Kolczynski, segment 1, 176 beats a minute. Segment 2, 176 beats a minute.
There you go.
Got the gap on number 3, 173 beats a minute. But interestingly, both Catherine Fua and Kristen Kolczynski are both riding at either 173 or 176 beats per minute. We talk about great competitions and great rivals, great racing. You're spurred on by the competition. These 2 riders are so well matched.
Shall we just caveat that heart rate is very, very personal?
Yes.
And that some riders have a very low heart rate and a very high heart rate, so they can still get potentially in their 30s to over 200 beats per minute. Other riders have never been able to get their heart rate over 200 beats per minute. I know ex-elite athletes who at 159 are about to blow.
Yep.
So it is very, very personal to the individual. Never compare your heart rate to somebody else's.
No.
Always only compare your heart rate to your own heart rate.
Well, there you go. You've heard it from the boss, sat on the other side of the studio from me. Let's see whose heart rate is in the right place here. Now, Bassoni, Fua, and Menezes all together at the moment, chasing Kolczynski. The gap, 16 seconds. So after 22 kilometers of racing of our 35 kilometers, so heading for a 2/3 race at distance, that gap, 16 seconds between our race leader and the chasing group behind. A little bit further down the race field, 18th position overall, but making a good impact here in Category 1 is Hao Zhang, the rider who's qualified for the World Championships for China, looking very strong at the moment. Been inside the top 10 going over those climbs, I think, Emma.
Yeah, she has indeed. She was 8th going over endurance climb 3 in terms of time, putting in a really strong performance. She's just behind McCarthy, Holdcroft, Columbi, Menezes, Fur, Bassoni and Kulczynski, who the faster riders behind her, ahead of Van Hove, Guerra and Koinstenen in terms of time up that climb. You can take a look at where she is in terms of position on the road. She is behind Kolkowitz and Koinstenen, but she is ahead of Velt. So she is chasing at the moment. And you know what? She's gained time on the riders ahead of her on that climb. So she is closing the gap.
She is. You know, when we talk about semi-finals and World Championships on the UCI World Championships, because of course MyWhoosh is the host of the UCI World Championships for 2024, 25 and 26 for esports. She is a rider who I think is going to be there. She's qualified through the public pathway, but I can see her going all the way to the finals and potentially, because of her riding style, being in the top 20 or so. I would suggest.
Well, if
maybe
she makes it to the
top
final,
10.
she will be in the top. Well, unless there's 4 wildcards.
Yeah, exactly. They picked that number for a reason. We're in the final. She's going to make the finals, I think. How far up in that finals we will see. Now, just taking a little bit of a look across at Natalie Stevenson here, just continuing to pedal on, a Great Britain rider here, and at the moment just holding this group together of Velt, Stevenson, Giovanni,
taking on board
and
fuel,
Kolklov, and taking on board the fuel. Now, I think that was gel
and a drink.
Always important to refuel. Now, one of the things, you're going to hear so many cliched statements and sayings from us today. One of the things for me that's always important is that you never try when you're racing something or in an important race, something you haven't trialed in training before. So if you don't normally take a gel, don't go out and do the most important race of the year or any race and take on board a gel. Do it in training. Practice eating and drinking in training.
Yes, don't ever be handed a gel up from the pits by somebody and have something in that you've never taken before. Because I once had a gel handed up to me in a mountain bike race that had guana, the caffeine substitute, in it by somebody in about lap 3 of a 6-lap mountain bike race. I did not finish the race.
Well, that's quite
the impact on my stomach.
That's quite an extreme
but
example.
It happens.
It does. I think whatever you use, whether you use, I did a 12-hour race once and did it on pies and sandwiches and all sorts of random things handed up because I was so bored of gels. But I had trialed them beforehand in a 4-hour race before that. Really, really important to get that right. But eating that sort of fuel whilst you're climbing, as Celine Columbi is here, is very, very difficult. And that's why gels are so good, because you literally just squeeze them on down. Now, out of the saddle here, kicking on down at the moment. There's Celine Columbi just making sure she continues to push in 5th place at the moment. She's got to get to the riders in front, and she's got just shy of a minute to the rider in 6th place. She's in the prize money if she was to stay there at the moment.
Well, she is indeed. And I'm just going back to the previous point, because if anybody wants a good read this summer, I'm going to do book recommendations.
Oh, my goodness.
But Feet in the Clouds. In the UK, there is something called the Bob Graham, which is about a Lake District run. You have to do so many peaks of the Lake District in 24 hours. And Richard Asquith, the Feet in the Clouds, really talks about fueling strategies and about how he failed to complete the challenge. But the person who was also doing the challenge that weekend ate bacon and egg sandwiches and did it.
Love it. So you can use whatever fuel you want if it works for you. Please do your research, but make sure that you've been checked out by your doc before you go and try and take on the riders here. You can see the effort that is required. We want you to stay safe when you jump on board the bike. Make sure you do so. If you want to be in with the prize money, you have to be on board. Let's run you through that now. prize money, top 5 riders in each race category. In the qualifications, it's for the individuals. You can see that on the right-hand side of your screen. It's 2,160 AED for first place, running down to 432 for fifth. At the end of the month only, it is the team classification. 10,800 AED for the win in category 4. Now, as we move through our categories from 4 to 3, 3 to 2, 2 to 1, it gets bigger prizes because we're going just that little bit quicker. So, individually, 3,600 AED to 720 AED today, and every race, including our finals. For the finals only, the team classification, 3 riders as a minimum, 5 as a maximum. The best 3 riders' time added together, the fastest time could be taken away 18,000 AED in category 3. In category 2, it jumps up again, 6,000 AED for the win to 1,200 AED in fifth. And in the team classification, in first place at the end of the month, it's a whopping 30,000 AED, 3,000 for fifth, not to be sneezed at, even if you are the 5th team. So having teammates is essential. It's even more essential when you're in category 1. 2,000 AED for 5th, 4,000 AED for 4th, 6,000 AED for 3rd, 8,000 AED for 2nd, and 10,000 AED for the win today and in each and every of our Sunday race clubs. If you are in category 1, if you're running the team competition, never mind 30,000, that's for 2nd. It's 50,000 AED. I'm going to say that again. 50,000 AED for the win in the team competition. It is a phenomenal top prize in the team and individually. Now, you might not be lucky enough to live in or to be able to go to the UAE to spend your AED. However, you might be somewhere else with other letters. It's time for the one and only Emma's Exchange.
Well, 10,000 AED in honour of the riders through the public qualifiers from the Philippines, and a number of female riders from the Philippines qualified through the open pathway. Phenomenal racing from them to get onto the start line of those semi-finals. So Philippine peso today, 10,000 AED, 155,839 Philippine peso.
Whoa!
Also,
just rewind. Philippine pesos. How many?
155,839 Philippine pesos is 10,000 AED for first place in category 1. Now, 50,000 AED
for the team winning in category 1.
Yep. In honour of our USA riders who qualified, and there were a number of those as well. $13,612 is the team prize.
American dollars. 13,612.
It's 50,000 AED.
Can you do the maths and work out how many Philippine pesos 50,000 AED is? Here we go. We're going to test
Yes, 5 times that.
Yeah, 5 times 155,839, which will give you something in the region of
779,199 Philippine peso.
Oh, yes, please. Oh, no.
Just because it's a bigger number doesn't mean that it will buy you more.
Well, it might do. I don't know. We will.
Anyway,
let's see. I don't know anybody with that much money. I'll be brutally honest. Okay, that's Emma's Exchange done for today. Thank you, Emma. Don't forget that there are various exchange rates available across the globe with various different places. Emma is incapable of exchanging anything for anybody other than doing it mathematically.
That's very true.
Okay. Right, so we are on a Philippine rider with German Prado, one of our fantastic riders. At the moment, has qualified in category 2 here today, sitting in 4th place. At the moment, around a minute down on first and second, but only 15 seconds down on Julian Montgomery, who's the rider in front. So German Prado chasing Julian Montgomery, the Filipino rider, chasing the Swede in front. And those are the 2 riders in the green jerseys on your screen.
And what's interesting, isn't it, is there are 9 category 1 riders ahead of them. Mina Coinson, the rider in 10th in that category 1 race, not far behind. So these riders now at 23.6 kilometres into this 35-kilometre race. This is endurance climb 4 of 5. So phenomenal work so far by our riders. Vittori, Smithers, Montgomery and Prado, the top 4 in category 2. We're in the German Prado on our screen. She's got company in her training studio today, and company she went. Should I put my teeth back in?
Go on, that helps.
Company she may well need, because they are supporting each other at the moment. So Prado working hard. She can see Montgomery up ahead in front of her. Koinstinen just behind her on the road, about to come up onto her wheel. She's lying 10th in that category 1 race. You can see Guerra on the screen up ahead. She's in 9th. Van Hove. Well, Van Hove and Guerra are together. That's got an interesting race in itself. So Kristen Kulczynski leading on the road at the moment, leading the category 1 race. She's 38 seconds clear of the chasers, Fua and Bassoni. And Catherine Fua asking Roberta Bassoni for some help here. So come on up and help us out. Let's work together on this flat section and see what we can do. So Kristen Kulczynski goes underneath the banner first on endurance climb 4. Phenomenal racing from her. Fua and Bassoni, the 2 riders doing the chasing. Then Jacina Menendez is going to come through for 4th place. She's 24 seconds ahead of Selena Colombi, who's ahead of McCarthy, Holdcroft and Guerra. Those are the top 8 riders at the moment in category 1. This is phenomenal racing. They're at 1 hour and 9 minutes of racing, 25 kilometres now done of this course. There's 2 flat transition sections and 1 more climb to go. It's a 3-kilometre climb, endurance climb 5, that comes at 28.3 kilometres into the race. It's got an average gradient of 7.7%. And then there's a 3.3 kilometre flat transition to a 400-metre ramp to the checkered flag.
Lots.
Yeah. But
one word answer, that's lots.
Yeah, but these riders are racing this endurance climb. Absolutely world class, at the top of their game.
Great to see the riders in action here. Mary Kay McCarthy currently in 6th place, chasing Colombi. Colombi with a faster time than Menendez on that climb by 10 seconds, closing down the gap to Menendez, but not passing her. Remember, the time on the top left-hand side of your screen is the time through the climb segment. The right-hand side of your screen has the positions on the road at the moment. So Kulczynski leading through 11 minutes 15 seconds. Her heart rate has dropped slightly, 172 beats a minute, 255 watts, substantially less watts for 1 beat less. So
tiring.
Fatigue is taking its effect. Catherine Fur behind, 7 seconds slower on the climb. Her heart rate dropped from 287 to 284. Sorry, the watts dropped from 287 to 284, 3 watts less, but the heart rate went up. So the heart rate went up 1 beat, 173 to 174. So working slightly harder, producing slightly less. So the fatigue, whichever way you look at it, is taking its toll on even the very fastest and best riders on the climb. Kulczynski and Fua, the 1-2 on the climb at the moment. Then Bassoni, Colombi, McCarthy and Menendez going through just near Menendez. 6th fastest time that time. Colombi with a faster time on that climb segment, but the distances are starting to open out. Kristen Kulczynski, though, from the United States of America, showing that when the tarmac goes skywards, well, she is in an absolute class of her own. It is when she has the terrain to her advantage, but she's not getting it all her own way. 15 seconds after what is so far 1 hour and 11 minutes of racing. 15 seconds the difference between 1st and 2nd place between Kulczynski and Fua. And then it's a further 15 seconds back to Bassoni, who's at 31 seconds. And then it's a minute back to Menendez, 1:15 to Colombi, and 2 minutes to McCarthy, 3 minutes plus to Holcroft. And it shows you the top 7 separated by 3 minutes at this stage. Now, Bassoni in pursuit, right-hand side of your screen, left-hand side of your screen, the race leader. This is your category 1. They're the leaders on the road at the moment. One big endurance climb. It's the full course is the endurance climb course. It's 45k for the men, 35 for the women. One stream today coming to you with everything on there, and we will be running all the way through the show. We have our fueling strategy on board here. Mine mostly involves caffeine. Emma's is far healthier, as you would expect. However, it is to.
Shall I tell you what I actually have in my glass?
Go on then.
Mojito squash.
Non-alcoholic, I presume.
Yes. So squash is one of those sort of syrup drinks.
It's diluted syrupy juice.
Yes, it is, because not everybody has squash in their home countries. So I'm just trying to give an explanation as to what it is. But it is non-alcoholic mojito flavor. Basically, it's a mint and lime flavored squash.
And if you think that's really, really nice, go try coffee instead. It's much better. Actually, no, don't, because some people can't drink coffee either. We will see who's being fueled on espressos and coffee, who's on mojito flavoured squash, who is riding on some proper isotonic fuel. Now, the riders on the climb right-hand side of your screen, that's German Prado there. On the right-hand side of our small screen is German Prado. Left-hand side, that is Angelica Altamirano. So good to see both Prado and Altamirano together. A little bit of mutual support there. Although mutual heat generation as well, if you're in the same room, and that could be detrimental. I'm sure that the encouragement far outweighs that of being with riders. And there we are. There's the shot just sideways of Angelica Altamirano as well. You can see a separate fan there as well. And Angelica Altamirano, I think qualifying number 2. In the World Championships or Qualifier 3, if I remember rightly. I think just going through in the Philippines as well. Another of that contingent you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, well, let me just give you a little bit of a rundown about where we are. Endurance Climb 4, the riders up and over the top of Endurance Climb 4. Kolchinsky, Fua, Bassoni, Columbi, McCarthy, Menendez, Holdcroft, Zhang, Quinstonen, Van Hoven, Guerra. These are in time up the climb order. Then Vittori, Category 2, setting the fastest time in Cat 2, though Alejandro Yaramillo has just come up and set the fastest time on the chase in Category 2. Phenomenal work from her, putting in a time faster than Serena Vittori, Marcel Smithers, Julia Montgomery or Germain Prado.
So, Prado putting in a fast time there. We saw her on our screens. We saw her in real life. We saw her avatar racing up alongside Angelica Altamirano at the moment as they go over the top there of the segment number 4 on the endurance climb. You can see our leaders already on the next climb section. They're into the climb section number 5, the penultimate part of climbing of the climb here today. The time at the moment for Bassoni and Kolchinsky, and that is 1 hour 15 minutes and 30 seconds of racing. Kolchinsky onto that climb. Now, interesting to see the numbers here. 175 beats a minute, 288 watts at the moment, 277. So she's hovering around that pace that we saw her setting earlier on.
And this is the last climb, the last main climb, I'm going to say. Let me just re-caveat that. Endurance climb number 5 is where Kristen Kolchinsky is. Bassoni is there as well. Those are the 2 riders on our screen. And at the moment, this is at 28.3 to 31.3 kilometres of this race. It's a 3-kilometre climb, an average gradient of 7.7%. So it is actually the climb with the least steepest gradient today.
Okay, I'll tell you what, let's have a look at what that looks like in graphical form, in a way that people maybe not quite as detailed and as Emma can imagine, who don't have these gradients dialed into their brains. Thank goodness Emma does. So we are on endurance climb number 5. You can see that we had a tiny little climbing section on the left-hand side of your screen by the green play button. That's the start. Climb segment 1, 2, 3, and 4 are done and dusted for the leaders in category 1 and for the leaders in category 2 at the moment. Endurance climb 5 is the penultimate climbing section. There is a slight climb to the finish. Slight, nothing slight when you've done
meters.
This. However, and it is a big however, this is endurance climb section 5. Now, Emma, this is the least steep of those segments.
It is.
However, that doesn't make it any easier because you've got that fatigue that's built up.
You do have a huge amount of fatigue that has built up by then, and that fueling strategy that we were talking about earlier, absolutely crucial to put in a strong performance on this final climb, because otherwise you could see yourself losing probably minutes to your competition. So endurance climb 5, the last climb, and we're seeing these riders on it now. There is then a 3.3 kilometer flat section before a 400 meter kicker to that checkered flag. So these riders now, you can see Prado on the top right hand corner of your screen, not quite there yet. This is Kristen Kulczynski and Roberta Bassoni. This is first and third at the moment in category 1, those two riding very, very strongly. And you can see there are 300 meters separating those two riders. Angelica Ultramarino doing a really strong job at the moment, as well as Germaine Prado. And you can see the difference there. So also what's noticeable here, category 2, 1 hour 23 minutes. Category 1, 1 hour 18 minutes. As we said right at the top of the show, the 4 different race fields starting at different times. Category 4 in red starting first. Category 3 in blue 5 minutes later. Category 2 in green 10 minutes after category 4. And category 1 in yellow, the last group of riders out of the start pen, 15 minutes behind category 4.
And that means that over 1.5 hours of racing under the wheels of category 4 at the moment. And of course, they have the same finish line whether you're in category 1, 2, 3, or 4. Now, if you want to jump in and join the riders, if you want to jump onto MyWhoosh, make sure you go onto the website. It's www.mywhoosh.com, and then you can download on iOS, on Android, on Windows, whatever the platform you're going to use. There are minimum specs for the different devices. Apple TV, one of the really accessible ways to jump on board. There is MyWhoosh HD, which is the Windows gameplay. And if you have a super duper gaming computer, we're lucky enough in our studios to have a couple of those, then guess what? You can pull in the full HD one, but you don't need to. It is you can do it on the Apple TV very easily on Android, and it's really, really great graphics on all of them. You can go on, do the workouts, you can do the training, you can get yourself a power passport, which enables you to race in the races. And of course, it's a great way to form yourself a baseline, whether you're in category 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Okay, news just in. I'm taking a look here at the endurance climb 4 stats, and I can confirm the first 2 riders in category 3 are now up and over at the top of endurance climb 4. And let me tell you, it is all changed. Stefani Piccolo going over in first place, saying the fastest time in category 3. The second rider in category 3 over the top of endurance climb 4 is Claudia Hyde.
Right. Okay. So Stefani Piccolo, we saw on our screens, looking pretty happy, out of the saddle, dancing away, long sleeve top on, clearly comfy with the temperatures. Leading in category 3, Claudia Hyde, I don't think we have seen. Now, Hyde in category 3 is a strong rider, but will she be able to get on terms with Piccolo? Will she go past? Hopefully we'll be able to go back and take a little look in a while. Rebecca Johnson still chasing.
Yeah.
I think in third place at the moment. We're going to have to go back to these riders to have a little bit of a look as soon as we can, because if that's changing, then we'll try and bring you the news as that is confirmed. At the moment, we're in with category 1, Kulczynski, Fua, and Bassoni, your 1, 2, 3 at the moment, with Menezes and Colombi in that order. The gaps between the riders are reasonably secure behind Fua, but they're not between Kulczynski and Fua, because if Kristen Kulczynski was to look over her shoulder 3 seconds back is Catherine Fua. The chase is on.
The demon rider that is Catherine Fua is coming. And this is the battle royale between Kristen Kulczynski and Catherine Fua. And Kulczynski pushed on at the start. Fua, well, she rode with Bassoni and Menezes for some time. She's now on to the wheel of Kulczynski. We have a race.
We do indeed. So the rider in yellow there onto the wheels of Kulczynski was for 2 riders at the front of category 1. And we're now back down in category 3. Thank you very much to the team behind the scenes. If only I could order things like pizza as fast. Stefani Piccolo up the front, 3 minutes 20 down the road. Hyde 1 minute 30. Johnson at the moment just in front of Herrera. Herrera is the rider behind her. It's only 9 seconds, 8 seconds behind. They're on the flatter section here. So back in with Rebecca Johnson. I'll tell you something. Are we sure this is not just a video that's playing over and over? Because Rebecca Johnson looks the same as she did at the start there. No sign really of fatigue there. Same riding style, tapping out a rhythm, looking good at the moment on this flat section.
I tell you, when she
there.
listens to you say that, and she'll go, "I've been racing for an hour and 32 minutes, and you're telling me there's no sign of fatigue." Well, internally there is, externally there might not be.
But that's a great bike racer because you can show that.
Yeah, and support in the room as well, or someone setting themselves up for their own race too. But Rebecca Johnson doing a phenomenal job, currently lying in 3rd place in Category 3. And I'll tell you something, Matt, the level of competition amongst all 4 of these race categories on this endurance climb is absolutely outstanding. The Sunday Race Club have given these racers a phenomenal challenge this week, and every category has risen to the task.
Definitely have. Now let's see how Rebecca goes on. Will she hold that 3rd place? Herrera is coming behind now, down to 2 seconds on the flat, but Johnson has dropped her on the climbs before. Can she do it again? Remember, this is a 35-kilometre race. We're at 26.4 for Rebecca Johnson. Further up the road, though, we have got a big change on Category 1. It has been all changed because Catherine Fuhr has gone past Kolczynski, and Kolczynski have the wheels fallen off the wagon for Kristen Kolczynski. Fuhr has put 30 seconds into Kolczynski on that climbing segment. Catherine Fuhr was waiting. She was asking for help from Bassoni at one stage. She has blasted past and has put time in on the climb. 9 minutes, 56 seconds to Catherine Fuhr up that climb. Kolczynski's time, 10:26.
Wow.
Massive change. And this is, I think this is where we are seeing the racer, the innate racer that is Catherine Fuhr coming to the fore, getting the pacing right.
Well, I just think this really shows you that the race is not over until the race is over, and the commitment, dedication and resilience needed by our riders every week on the Sunday Race Club plays out in spades. Well, Catherine Fuhr now pushing on Kolczynski in 2, Bassoni in 3, Menezes in 4. And I'll tell you something, Menezes is not far off the wheel of Bassoni. It's only around 20 seconds. Colombia's are only another 19 seconds back. This is absolutely coming down to the wire. These top 5 riders in Category 1, phenomenal performances. Mary-Kate McCarthy, she's 40 seconds further back as well. Do you know, this is winding itself up to be a fantastic finale.
It is indeed. Now, Jessenia Menezes of the Chill Out team goes through that climb at pace. She goes through in at a real fast pace on there. Now, we're just going to make our way through as these riders go up. We're on the climb. Celine Colombia's gone over in 5th position. Catherine Fuhr led up. She went over the top. She set the only time she set the fastest time in the segment, 9:56. You can see it on the top of your screen there. Menezes goes through with the 2nd fastest time ahead of Kristen Kolczynski. You can see it on your screen at the moment. And she goes through some 5 seconds quicker. Bassoni goes through in 4th position on that segment, but is currently sitting in 3rd place. And then you've got Colombia, but the rider who's losing time is Kristen Kolczynski here. Now, let's put some context to this in terms of numbers. We've got Kolczynski, first of all. Her heart rate was 176, 176, 173, 172, 175 on those 5 climb segments. Her watts, 267, 264, 263, 255, 244. Big drop off, shows in that time. Dropped 30 seconds on Catherine Fuhr, plus Fuhr closed down the gap that she was behind as well. Catherine Fuhr, heart rate, first of all, 173, 176, 173, 174, 178. So built up. Her power, 302, 298, 287, 284, then 292. back up again on that last section. So Catherine Fua, who is leading the race at the moment by 21 seconds, has the gap on Kristen Kolczynski. And this is where Kolczynski will need to dig deep, because Fua has got the ascendancy. She's got the impetus. She's got the drive. She's got that momentum of chasing, of catching, of going past. And now Kolczynski has got to rally and come back at her. Time is running out. We have 1.3k to go for Fua. Kolczynski, well, it's just a little bit further, 200 meters behind. They're on that same long sweeping bend. And you can just see by the comparison between the screens, the distance in between, it's not huge. Is it going to be too much? We have one little section of climbing to the line to come. 400 meters, Emma reckons it is. Is it going to be 400 meters that are going to allow a closure, or has Catherine Fua really got her pacing absolutely nailed here? We are heading in towards the last few hundred meters. We're into the last kilometer for Catherine Fua. She's got to make this count.
Well, she has got to make it count, and she's going to make it count. You know, she's pushing on. She really has come into her fore in the very final stages of this race. Fua in first place overall on the road at the moment on our screen. She's 18 seconds clear of Kolczynski in two. Kolczynski is doing everything she can to push on in this race and get to the finish line. Bassoni in three, Menendez in four, Columbia in five, McCarthy in six, Holcroft seven, Van Hove eight. These riders really pushing on and pushing on strongly as we watch Catherine Fua swing round now. She's coming up for 400 meters, 300 meters now till she sees the checkered flag. I'll tell you something, it is going to be a well-deserved checkered flag.
It is. Here we go. Kolczynski's going to try and close down. The gap between her and Bassoni is there, but we're now on to the climb. 11.5%, 11.6. This is the sting in the tail. This is the bit where your legs have got to have something in them. Fua out of the saddle here. 100 meters or so to go to the line, and she's nailing this. She's at 5.5 watts per kilo. Kolczynski's at 20 seconds, and Catherine Fua should be enjoying this. We're looking for a smile on her face because she's going to come to the line. This is the finish. Look at that. Catherine Fua punches the air in delight. She times it to perfection. Your winner of the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club qualifier race number 2, Catherine Fua. You have been epic.
Well, she has been epic, but also this woman, let's just say, has been epic as well. She has given us a phenomenal race today. Kristen Kolczynski climbed clear of the leading group. She held that lead for most of the race until Fua came past it in the latter stages. Kristen Kolczynski comes across the line in second place today. Phenomenal riding.
Great riding by our riders, wherever they are on this climb. Our leaders in Category 1 putting in a real battle, and you can see how close it was. Roberta Bassoni here really is impressing again, as we would expect. Bassoni in third place, 35 seconds gap back to the rider in fourth place, Jessenia Menezes. Roberta Bassoni, in that characteristic style of her, sat down in the saddle, pushing that gear round, levering it round, really efficient, it has to be said here today. It's going to be a third place for Roberta Bassoni. She comes over the line here in qualifier number 2.
Well, the only thing I'm smiling about here is I predicted a 1:30 finish for the Category 1 women, and it was nearly bob on. So Marcel Smithers and Serena Vittori are absolutely motoring. These two women have given us a phenomenal race in Category 2, and great performances. You know, they really, really have done the business today. They started 5 minutes in front of the Category 1 riders, and so far have been passed by 9 of them. I think a number are going to come past them because they are just on their wheels at the moment. But Vittori and Smithers are on the flat transition now. They've gone up and through the endurance climb at number 5, and they are motoring now towards the finish.
Just a quick update on the riders in Category 1 who have crossed the line. Justin Menezes just going over the line for the Chill Out team. So Sweat Sensations have one rider in, leader and winner Catherine Fua. Peak Performers have Kristen Kolczynski in second. Roberto Bassoni in third place from Veto Skier. And the Chill Out team have Justin Menezes going through in fourth. Selena Colombi just coming in across the line in fifth place, top left-hand side of your screen. However, I have to say, congratulations to our riders and to Emma as well. I hate to say this, but you don't get much closer to 1 hour 30 as a guess for the timing than that. That will teach me ever to doubt the maths of the professor. Over to my left, as Mary Kate McCarthy comes in, she comes through the line in sixth place. But this race that we're watching now is the battle. They have got Category 1 rider, and that is Carolina Kolowitz in the mix here. But they're on the flatlands. They have one more kicker to go. Who will be able to make it count? 2.5 kilometers, less than 2,500 meters left on course at the moment. The battle in Category 1's not over either between Kolowitz and I think Stevenson, because Stevenson about 19 seconds down. In Category 3, Stefani Piccolo, who we saw earlier on our screens, is still leading. She's got a substantial gap to the riders behind at the moment. Who's following? Do we know, Emma?
Well, at the end of Endurance Climb 4, Stefani Piccolo set the fastest time in Category 3. Then it was Hyde, Chu, De Silva, Johnson, Herrero, Schultz, Bryson, De Grazia, Barragan, Simkin, all in the mix. At the top of Category of Climb 4, for Category 4, Simone Francis set the fastest time. Fanuccicorn Sarasu the second, Elin Bogren, then Aitken Alzat, Narvaez, Hamilton, Vink, Idzik and Kirchner. So all of our riders, well, all of the leaders in all of the categories are up and over Endurance Climb 4. Just Category 1 and Category 2 who are over the top of Endurance Climb 5.
So the positions are still to play for in Categories 2, 3 and 4. As Maria Holcroft makes her way to the line, she's going to take away a seventh place here. She's clear of Amelia Van Hove, who's going to take away 8th place here. So Van Hove of the Peak Performers ahead at the moment of Gabriela Guerrera out of the saddle chasing. The gap is 20 seconds. It should be enough for the rider in front to hang on. Can Van Hove hold on? And we are going to have to find out. Guerrera sits back down again after that initial kick out there. But this is all about making sure that she has got the pace, got the power, and can hold it to the line. Guerrera follows Van Hove up. Van Hove is going to hit that line. She comes through 1 hour, 34 minutes, 54 seconds. And at the end of that, 5 minutes down is nothing at all, is it, over such a long race time? Gabriela Guerrera is going to come in inside the top 10. It's going to be a 9th place for Gabby. So Guerrera coming through for a 9th. Behind, it's going to be a 10th place, I think, for our new rider into Category 1. That's Hao Zhang. Zhang are going to be rounded out the top 10. Then we're going to see this battle behind, and that's going to involve our Category 2 riders.
Yeah, it is indeed. So Marcel Smithers and Serena Vittori, these are the two leaders in Category 2. They are currently with Carolina Kolkowitz from Category 1, but it's the race between Smithers and Vittori we are watching because there are 600 meters to go. They are about to run into the final climb. Who has got the kick, Smithers or Vittori? Who wants this the most? Well, I can tell you Vittori has been climbing faster than Smithers, but those are over the long climbs. Who is going to take this, Vittori or Smithers? We are about to find out. Oh, there is the climb. You can see the bottom just as they swing around that right-hand corner. They are also then going to see the banner very, very shortly. So Vittori is in the polka dot skin suit with the 2 on the top. Smithers is in the green jersey with the stripy hat. Those are the two riders we are watching here as Kolkowitz pushes on. But here we go. Vittori and Smithers now on the climb, wheel to wheel. Vittori comes to the fore and kicks at 6 watts per kilo. Can Vittori hold this to the the top. Smithers now drops behind. She tries to respond. What has she got left?
Well, this is going to be about who's got anything in the tank. Serena Vittori, we know, is a class climber here in the polka dot skin suit, the leading climber so far on the endurance climb in category 2. She's opened the gap to Smithers. The seconds are widening. It's going to be a winner for Serena Vittori in category 2. The rider in the polka dot skin suit adds the yellow skin suit as the winner in her category. Coming to the line just ahead of Marcel Smithers, who put in that attack early on. Great riding in category 2, a real battle behind. It looks like Montgomery has got the distance on Jaramillo, so it should be Montgomery for third place. This is the gantry approaching. She's got category 1 riders ahead in Stevenson and Veldt, but they are racing their way in. So, as they come in category 1, here are your top 10. Fua, Kulczynski, Bassoni, Menezes, Colombi, McCarthy, Holcroft, Van Hove, Guerra, and Zhang. A real mix of nations in there, with only Italy having 2 riders in the finish, with Colombi and Bassoni in there. The Effetto squad and riding individually for Colombi. The winning time of 1 hour, 29 minutes, 47.428 seconds for Switzerland's Catherine Fua. A fantastic ride by the Sweat Sensations and getting the timing right. It always is thrilling when we see Fua versus Kulczynski on the climb, and we're going to continue to see that, I'm sure, as we move through August into September. Now, 11th to 17th on your screen, Koisten and Kolkowitz, Stevenson, Veldt, Vittori, Smithers and Montgomery. You will notice, though, that Vittori is the first of our category 2 riders in there. So, Serena Vittori, although it is a yellow jersey, it's a yellow skin suit because she's the leader in category 2 from Smithers and from Montgomery. They're your top 3 so far.
Well, and I can also tell you, Alexandra Jaramillo has come across the line in 4th place in that category 2 race.
Okay, now this is where things get a little bit complicated if you're watching, because we're going to have more than one screen on the go. Now, I know that's not unusual for us here on the Sunday Race Club, but we're going to have the men about to set off. There is an overlap, and we're going to try and do both things simultaneously. Now, the men's race start is about to go in category 4. The first of our riders away. They've got 5-minute head start on category 3. They have a 15-minute head start on category 2 and a 20-minute head start on category 1. We're in with Adriano Zanaska. These are the riders about to take to the start. We've got some great teams in here as well. We will dive in and focus on them some more, but let's take a look. Just make sure they all get set off from the start line. They are down at the side of the lake at the moment. They have 45 kilometers in front of them and a whopping amount of climbing of 2,000 plus meters. The riders in the red jerseys of category 4 leave the start, head out along the lakeside, and this is where they go straight up and they're on to the climb already.
Well, 55 riders on the start sheets on category 4 in this men's race today. Can I just say, for the first time ever on the Sunday Race Club, the start sheets in the men's race field over 200.
Well done to everybody who has entered. I hope you all make it to the top. If we have over 200 riders make it to the top of the endurance climb, that would take some doing. Now, Mark Dassin doing what Mark Dassin does, going on the attack early. We've got Mohammed Mukhtari, Joshua Kalangag, Johnson Kutab. Then Lee, Tom Walker, Adrian Zanaska in the mix. Samuel's in here. Roy's in here. Nobody wants to let this gap go too early at this stage. Now, we do have a number of riders in here who are new to the Sunday Race Club as well.
We do indeed, and some also, I was going to call them old timers, but they're not really old, are they? It's just one of those phrases that people use. But we have a number of riders in here. David Milano is here, Edelson Casagrande, Felipe Tortoretto, Florian Dromard is here, Jacques Rusinek. Interesting to see how he goes. Jeff Rooney, long distance rider. He should sort of, in a strange way, enjoy this course today, I think. Kalangad, Mark Dadson, who we said, Michael Pruitt is here. Van Henningen is here as well. Ronald Erasmus is in the mix. He's been going through those public pathways as well. Scott Francis, SS. So a wide range of riders on the start sheets in the category for men's race today.
So a real mix of riders. We've got Thepeng O, who rode well in our qualifiers yesterday on our start list from Myanmar Cycling Federation. We've got the our Waspa squad here, Level Avengers, Level Up Racing, the Anzacs, Upcycle, some of our really regular riders. As you can see, category 4 away, we've got 3, 2, and 1. Just over 17 and a half minutes to go for our Category 1 riders, all down on those same start pens, and at the same point for the 3 sets of riders waiting to go. Category 4 already underway. So Category 4 underway. They're on to the climb proper. They've got 600 meters on under their wheels. And at the moment, we're just in with Yuri and Mikael and Nielsen trying to get his way up on to the climb.
Well, they are indeed trying to get their way up onto the climb, and it's Ben Lee leading them out at the moment. Mark Dadson is there, so is Justin Roy, so is Callan Gadd, so is Rusanek. Alex West is there as well. These are the riders I would expect to see coming to the fore in this Category 4 race, and the stretch really is on back down the road, and they're only 800 metres in.
800 meters in already. The group's been blasted apart.
I should say, unlike the women's race where it was a 300-meter climb to start, this is a 3-kilometer climb to start.
Ouch.
Yes, ouch.
Very much ouch. There's hardly any flat, and then you hit this. Really, the gradient just comes straight in.
Yes.
That's the easiest way to think of it.
And unlike the women's race where there were 5 climbs, in the men's race there are 7.
So extra climbs, extra distance, extra height to be gained in our race. It feels Ben Lee leading out Category 4 at the moment. 1 kilometre into the route. The chase is on the way through. We're keeping an eye on all of our riders on the way through in the men's and the women's racing. We're going to try and cover as much as we can. Multiple screens, multiple race fields with the overlapping races because of the terrain chosen today. The endurance climb for the very first time on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. We're about to set off our Category 3 riders. We've got riders from Draft in Niall Beatty and Wayne Smythe. Beatty qualifying for the World Championships yesterday, doing a great ride. We've got Smythe in their level racing. We've got Kirk Allport, Peterson, Hagelin. Look, Allport booking his place for the Australia squad. We've got Ramirez, Cardona. We've got Elos and Pino, all of X-Pro on the start line in the Category 3. And it's a huge race field. So Category 4 was 55 riders. Category 3, 53 riders. Time to go racing in Category 3 on Qualifier 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. Carlos Ramirez, the rider that we are in with, kicking off from the start. Watch that heart rate start to go up and flying. We're away with our Category 3 riders. So they are up and away. We are going to give you a quick recap of where the riders were in the men's race with our rewind coming your direction. and welcome to the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club with 4 race starts. We're going to start with our category 4 riders, then 3, 2 and 1. Our riders lined up in yellow, that is our category 1 riders, in green our category 2, in blue category 3 and category 4 in red. No snoozing at the back of the pack, please pay attention class, it's time to head out. Your lesson for today is how to conserve energy on the first part of the race route and how to expend it wisely on the second part of the race route. One man who amplifies that mission is SS. One rider has set off a bit like Usain Bolt out of the blocks here, or maybe Chris Hoy on a kilo
Well,
sprint.
absolutely flying is what Panizza is doing. Those 3 riders, Clear, Simmons, Alcase and Broome, have now got 30 seconds on the chasing group. That's a phenomenal gap.
They're going to see him coming up behind. They'll know that the chase rider is now 18 seconds. Will they do anything about that prior to the climb? We will find out. You can see the damage that's done. The gap has come down at the moment to the riders in front, but the chasing group, I'm not sure we
Look at what is happening.
Is it one group, or is this a multitude of 2s and 3s?
This is
There's
just
kind
phenomenal.
of a pack behind. It's Van Elst who's got the polka dot skin suit in category 1. They are closing in on category 2, who are closing in on category 3, who are closing in on category 4.
It's
However,
all coming together.
in categories 3 and 4 are 2 polka dot skin suit wearers and holders at the moment. So the fastest riders on the first climb are also the fastest riders on the second climb at the moment.
A kick is coming from behind, but it is not going to be enough because Connell has more watts, Connell has more power. Tim Connell has put 23 seconds into SS on the climb, and he goes under the UCI banner for qualifier number 1 in August.
Madame, messieurs, bonjour, ravi de vous retrouver sur MyWhoosh pour ce Sunday Race Club. Catégorie au départ, la catégorie 4 en rouge, les bleus de la catégorie 3, la catégorie 2 en vert et bien sûr la catégorie 1 en jaune avec les rouges qui vont ouvrir le bal. Et donc dans cette première partie, il y aura juste quelques petits ponts comme vous le voyez. Ah bah non, là on tourne, voilà, pour me contredire. Mais il y aura quelques petits ponts de Rick Van Oork. Ah, lui aussi c'est un petit nouveau qui m'a échappé avec Jaime Vélez, le Colombien qui essaye d'aller dans la roue. Les Colombiens forcément motivés. Quel maillot a-t-il aujourd'hui? Le maillot de UHC. Ah tiens, United Healthcare. Ah, ça faisait longtemps que j'avais pas vu ce maillot-là. Apparemment c'est un collectionneur, notre ami Sad. Mister Xan qui se rapproche à 17 secondes. Alors normalement ça c'est quand même un coup pas forcément très intelligent que d'y aller seul. Jonction à 200 mètres de la ligne et Connolly qui le déborde. Ah oui, SS il n'en peut plus, il est cuit, il a tout perdu, sur la fin. Oh là là, le renversement de situation qu'on n'avait pas vu venir, incroyable. Oh là là, il va s'en vouloir SS et Tim Connolly qui s'offre un succès quasiment inespéré, incroyable.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. مشاهدينا الكرام، متابعينا في كل مكان، أهلا وسهلا بكم مع الانطلاقات الأربعة والفئات الأربعة. الفئة باللون الأحمر، الفئة الرابعة والفئة الثالثة بالأزرق، والفئة الثانية باللون الأخضر، والأولى باللون الأصفر. هذه أول دخول الآن في الكيلو، تقريبا 2700. نبدأ الاسبرنت الأول لمسافة 300 متر. الكل يستعد. فرانكلين الميدا كما نشاهد الآن في الصورة، الكل مجتمع في كوكبة واحدة. محمد القيس ينطلق انطلاقة جيدة، برافو يا محمد، حاول أن تصل إليهم. هذا محمد القيس. نشوف الآن على اليسار، يسار الشاشة. هنا نشوف من الجانب الأيمن مستر إكس هاندرد من دولة الإمارات. يا لها من أسماء رنانة، أسماء قوية، يا لها من أسماء. يا سلام يا مستر إكس هاندرد، محاولة جيدة. الصورة الحقيقية تتحدث عن وقوف على الدراجة. لاحظ السنسر ناجح جدا. شوف هو واقف على الدراجة بالصورة الحية. تلاحظ أيضا هو واقف على الدراجة بالنسبة للصورة الأفاتار.
مستر إكس 100 ومحاولي وأتاك يقوم به اللاعب الإماراتي، وخلفه بالرد فيليب جريفز في عند الكيلو 28 و800 متر. عند نهاية الصعود يقوم بالأتاك.
تم كان هو بطلا لهذه الفئة الرابعة في السباق التأهيلي الأول لشهر أغسطس. إذا تم بطلا للفئة الرابعة، فعلها هذا الدراجة النيوزيلندي.
So hello and welcome back if you were with us earlier on. Hello and welcome if you're just joining us for the men's race here. One long stream today and some great racing already in the women's competition on the endurance climb. My name's Matt Payne. I'm here in the studio with Emma Martin, and Emma has survived so far the throw and seems to have been magically healed by the efforts of our riders. Fantastic to see the riders in action. The men's race, 45 kilometers of climbing today. It's a big one in front of them.
It is indeed. You're right, Matt. 45 kilometers of racing today. 2,000. It's just been a long morning. 2,138 meters of climbing. Yes, I've just made some coffee. I've not drunk it yet. And you can see that along the way. 7 main climbs today for the men. And look, they are all categorized. So they come out of the start pen straight into a 3-kilometer climb with an average gradient of 8.8%. There's a 2.7 meter flat transition, and there are flat transitions between all of these climbs. No downhill at all today. Then they hit the next 3-kilometer climb. The longest and steepest climb of the day is climb number 3. It's 3.5 kilometers with an average gradient of 10%. And they continue through on this flat transition steep climb. 6 endurance climbs for them, plus the climb to the finish. It really, really is steep, along with that climb to start with. So if I add it up, it is actually 8 separate climbs.
It is the last one, not a climb segment in its own right, but it's the run to the finish line. So in lots of ways, it's the most important of all. And if you have been watching the women's race, you'll know that it is steep, 12% kind of steep, which is tough stuff. Now, Category 4 got underway first. They were the first riders out from the start pens. They have covered so far the leaders 4 kilometers plus. It's 2.5 kilometers covered for Category 3, 2 and 1. Well, those categories are in the start pens, and we're into the last minute before Category 2 are away. They have a 5-minute head start on Category 1. All the riders starting on the same start line, finishing at the same finishing line. Category 2 will be the next riders on to the race route itself. The teams in here, strong representation by the Al Wathba QTR Pro squad with people like Al Hakta, Sultan, Nuki, and Al Case in there. We're going to see how the riders go on from that team. The Beast Mode squad level, NSA Racing, Eric Rimborg in there, man who's qualified for the Worlds. MyWhoosh Werewolves with Thiem Grace, Walter and Coyston up against the UAE Clan team, Mr. X100 and Pablo Popovic. The UAE Falcons with Altanashi and Zed Hamden. Will they be able to get the watts up like Musen, Kowalski and Clays? Well, they're away and racing and straight into the climb.
Well, you're right, straight into the climb, and the climb goes up for 3 kilometers. So the first 3 kilometers of this race are uphill. Before the riders hit a flat section, they need to be well warmed up. So well warmed up is what they need to be before they get out of that start pen, because this is the start of the race, and the only way is up today.
Oh, if you follow Emma on social media at biking_Emma, you will know that the Yas and the Plastic Population tune, The Only Way Is Up, was on there. We can't play it on the show because of rights restrictions on YouTube. However, if we could, it would be very appropriate.
It is the music recommendation of the day. I've already made a book recommendation.
So that's the music recommendation, but Emma has zero taste in music, so don't follow her. Eric Rimborg, a man I'm sure who's got good taste in music, certainly does good sound on his reels. Give him a follow on social media. He is here and racing. He is away and on the course in Category 2 for the level race in the NSA squad. He's in a big pack for here, and this is our biggest race field, isn't it, on the start list?
It is indeed 60 riders on the start sheets today in Category 2, and whilst I'm still aghast from your previous comment, there are a wide range of riders looking really, really strong today. So you've been through some of the team riders, Matt, and I think we're going to see some of them in here when we get towards that finish line. But Heaney is here, Downey is here, Cam Winfield is on the start sheets today. Oh, that could be a rider to watch. I'd love to see him in the mix here today. David Darn is here, Ivo Sur, James Harvey, James Krasnich, John Brune, Jonas Bjarhead. It could be a course for Jonas Bjarhead. That would be really good. Khan Kayan, Mendakowicz has moved up here, so he's always really strong. Mark Gates is in the mix as well. Kalman, Von Haren, Simmons, Kirchner, Peter Millerstick. That could be a name to watch out for. Ross Fawcett, we saw him in the room with Rebecca Johnson. Carradine, Hoyas as well. There could be some Category 2 for me in the men's race. Always for me is one of the strongest fields. And in terms of that, I mean, with the most depth in it, in terms of packed riders, and we see sprints in Category 2 where we think there should not be sprints.
Well, at the moment, they're sprinting for the front on the climb with Cam Winfield on the attack here. He's got David Dunn for company, along with James Harvey, Krasnich, Bjarhead, Graves all in the mix. Milostic not too far out of this. There's a number of riders, though, here who, although they're down on the start sheets, may will not take to the start, quite simply because they have been racing the World's Qualification. Now, Olivier Simmons, one of those riders, he is a very, very strong. He's shown his strength and did that with great aplomb in the World's Qualifiers. Will he be able to make it count today? Number of people who were racing yesterday, people like Matthias Van Heer, I mean, he's in there. We've got Kankayan. This is going to be a really interesting race. Now, the Category 4 are away, 3 are away, and 2. We have Category 1, so they're going to be following on. So you see our teams in Category 2, the Alwathba QTR Pro Team, Level Up Racing, the Anzacs, and Upcycled. We have teams in Category 1 as well. And they are the Alpha Jaw squad as well as the Hard to Guard squad. All our teams are represented here today. And a big thank you to everybody who has entered as a team. Remember that team competition, and that plays out when we go across to the finals, which is the last Sunday in the month. So whichever team our riders are in, then that is absolutely critical. You can see at the moment the UAE Clancy, the What's Up team in the Level NSA Racing Category 2. We run through from 4, 3, 2. We're going to go into Category 1. Alpha Jaw and Hard to Guard are the two squads. Alpha Jaw with Daniel Turek, Lionel Justin, Michael Kaminsky and Ollie Jones up against Hard to Guard, who are Jason Osborne, Michael Nutten, Said Safrazedi, and Stefan Van Elst. That is but 8 of a race field of
40. So 40 riders on the start sheets in Cat 1 today. Bjorn Andreasen, the current world champion, is on the start sheets. Hayden Pucker, who's been knocking on the door, big style. Bjorklund, Barnes, Paradian, Johan Noren, Josh Wilson, Betty, Yunzei Honda, the Japanese rider who qualified for the World Championship semi-finals, here today as well. Well, away go Category 1. They're the last riders out of the start pen today in this men's race. They come out across the bridge and on to the climb. Well, the gradient gently kicks off, but very, very quickly gets steep.
Your idea of a gentle kicking off of gradient is
Well,
very
it
different
was
to
2%
mine.
at the bottom.
Yeah, for about half a second.
Well, you know, it gently kicked off.
Gently. 4 fractions of a second, then it is bang, wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, straight into this, and already that gradient at 9% here, and heading upwards, 9.5, 9.6, 9.7, 9.9, into 10%. This is going to be hurting. You can say Honda, that rider Emma was just mentioning, from Japan, going to be trying to settle into a rhythm. Good to see him on the Sunday race club. These riders out on a huge climb here today, 45 kilometers, of which we have 7 seconds. And you can see Yancey out of the saddle here, just kicking down on those pedals, the fan blowing, trying to keep himself cool here at the same time as generating a whole heap of power. Now, we have cut away from the women's race, and we're going to go quickly back and run through some of those results, or rather Emma is, whilst we keep our eyes on the screen on categories 1, 2, 3 and 4. Category 1 in yellow, 2 in green, 3 in blue, and category 4 in red. We're on the early stage of the race with the furthest distance covered, 6.9k, nearly 7k done for the leaders in category 4. Emma, category 4 in the women's race, are they in yet?
They are indeed. So I can confirm category 1, category 2, category 3, and category 4 in the women's race now all starting, all over the finish line. At least the leaders are. Now, we saw category 1 and category 2 come over the line before the men's race started. Category 3 and category 4, we didn't. I can confirm to you that in 2 hours and 13 minutes, 29 seconds, that is the winning time in category 4. Absolutely phenomenal performances. Kirsten Hamilton takes the win in category 4, 20 seconds clear of Simone Francis.
Wow.
So Simone Francis just 20 seconds off of Hamilton. And I tell you something, 3 seconds back, Natalia Idzik. So Idzik just 3 seconds back in third place from second place. Cynthia Narvaez in fourth. Isabel Alzat in fifth. Ella Vink in sixth. And Petra Aitkenth in seventh. And I let you know there's 3 minutes separating the top 7 riders in category 4.
So over 2 hours and 13 minutes for our race winner, 2 hours and 16 minutes for 7th place in category 4 in the women's competition. Category 3 are also in and through. We had seen there being a long time leader on the front who is being pursued. Have they continued to the finish to take the win?
Well, they have indeed. And Stefani Piccolo takes the win in category 3 in 1 hour and 56 minutes. Claudia Hyde in second, 48 seconds back. Coming in for third place in the category 3 race, Rosa Herrero. We saw her riding really strong and working her way through the field, 2 minutes 30 down on the winning time. A little bit further back down the race field, Aileen Francisco de Silva comes in for fourth place. Rebecca Johnson comes through for fifth place. Then Darine Chu, Rosalina Barragan, Gina De Gracia, and Isabella Bryson.
So those are the top riders in and over the line in categories 3 and 4. If you want to see who came in over the line at the top of categories 1 and 2, if you weren't watching earlier, you'll need to go back and play it back. And make sure, of course, whilst you're on the YouTube site or on Twitch TV, you give us a subscribe, a like, and a follower. Now, there's been a massive increase in followers in the YouTube channel. Thank you very much for joining us. It is absolutely brilliant to see everybody jumping on board, watching the videos, seeing what's happening in the world. I've been lucky enough to be on the mic now. We're into our third year of commentary here at the Sunday Race Club and across the international events. My name's Matt Payne. I'm bringing you all of the race action. Lucky enough to be putting words to the action at the Paris Olympics, the UCI World Championships across multiple disciplines. Joined here in the studio by multi-World Championship discipline commentator Emma Martin, who is also here every week with me on the Sunday Race Club when we're not called up for international duties ourselves. So we are here week in, week out. There's always one of us in the studio putting words to the Sunday Race Club, but then updating the other person, as well as, of course, getting to watch it all back like a viewer when we're not actually putting words to the action. So thank you for joining us. Please make sure you tell your friends about YouTube channel, about Twitch TV, about all the fantastic racing that's going on here on MyWhoosh. Don't forget, of course, to give MyWhoosh a follow at MyWhoosh on Instagram and Facebook, my_whoosh on X. if you use the platform formerly known as Twitter. Okay, let's get into the racing. Now, riders well into the course now in all 4 categories in the men's race. Still riders out on course in the women's race as well. Keep pushing on. Remember, no hill goes on forever, not even the endurance climb, although it probably feels like it at times. Now, in with Ibrahim Al-Rafai. Al-Rafai, one of the riders who excelled in the GCC, the Gulf Corporation Council stage race, the 5-day stage race. It was a really great race. Fantastic to watch. If you didn't watch it, do go back and watch it. He's in the mix here now. He's alongside Niall Batty, rider who scored big in the qualifiers because he had been battling away through qualifier 1 and 2. And on number 3, am I right in thinking he qualified for the semi-finals in the Worlds?
He did indeed. So a great job done there. And he qualified because he is such a phenomenal climber. And he used that to his advantage in that second stage in the qualification. Well, he's putting his climbing legs to the fore today because he's currently leading this Category 3 race. Ibrahim Al-Rafai, the rider on our screen, you can see at the moment right on his wheels, doing a sterling job as well on this climb.
So 4 groups of riders on your screens. Top left-hand side, Category 1. On the climb with Jasin Jones, Turek, Nurses, Avazani, Kaminsky, Trushanowski. A little bit further back now, 7 seconds down. Pucker at 7 seconds. Seed Devert, another rider who climbed his way well into contention in the World Championship qualifiers. In those public qualifiers, doing a great job at the moment to be in the running. But it's a big group of riders in Category 1. We're in with Ricardo Panizza, and that looks to me like he's got the ice vest just unstrapped at the moment. Really good move that. If it's hot, and it, as Emma has said earlier in the show, across Europe, it is a heat wave. So the continent of Europe suffering a very, very hot temperature. It's even warm, apparently, in Manchester, which is the wettest, coldest place in England. I might be slightly biased because they are our traditional rivals from Yorkshire.
Our other wet, cold places are available in the UK. Well, Ricardo Panizza is definitely riding well at the moment and using everything to the best of his ability to compete on this course today in the conditions that he's been given. And take a look at the stretch on that Category 1 pack already. Stefan van Elst right at the front of this group. And I tell you, Van Elst has been racing really, really strongly over the last few weeks, and he's been rewarded by some great performances. He was second last week on the Paso Alto. He was third the week before in the final in California. You know, he really is going well at the moment. So Vujasin, Van Elst, the 2 riders up front here, Kaminsky, Osborne, Knudsen, Panizza, Turek, Jones are all in this group. Now, Trosjanowski is 13 seconds back. So that is the leading group in Category 1 already.
Already fractured on this course in Category 1. Category 2 is doing very much the same with groups distance down the hillside. Our leaders, though, are on the way. They're at 5.8k, and that means that they are now making the way through the banner and on to the next part. This is the next of our endurance climb segments. This is endurance climb segment number 1 as they come in here. A big old climb coming up, and you can see this is going to be a kicker. Now, the riders in Category 4 went through in 13 minutes, 14 seconds through the first of our segments. The riders in the second of our categories to hit that climb. Category 3 making the way up. Category 2 now onto the base of this. At the moment, the leaders on the road, well, it is going to be Henrik van der Zandt, who is leading out. He's at 9.1k. He has got a fractional gap, 1 second on SS. SS, this course should suit him. It is a big Ascent. It's a long climb, and we know he goes well when it goes uphill. The Lutz, Almeida, Roy, Rusinek all chasing at the moment. Meanwhile, now Beatty at the moment is already reached Simon Cox. Simon Cox MC as he was on the race on the World's qualifiers. And at the moment, Beatty already in the mix, but Alrafray is holding the youngster Beatty at the moment. So that's going to be interesting to see how they get on as they continue to push on the way up the climb.
Well, they are indeed, and really working strongly at the moment. So the riders here, we're watching Beatty on the screen. He's at the bottom left-hand corner of our screen. He's on the right-hand side as well. Alrafray still with him at the moment and working hard. Well, Alrafray and Beatty, the two riders in this Category 3 group. I tell you what, it's not really a group, is it? Because they've pushed on. So Category 3 started 5 minutes behind Category 4, and they have already worked their way up into the top 10 riders.
So Niall Beatty making his way up the course here with Alrafray. Emma, already into the top 10.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
8K in, it's 45K. They are rocketing up here. I mean, I know you and I, when we got the news that this was coming up for the Sunday Race Club, and we were going to have the endurance climb on the men's and the women's races, we went, oh my goodness, that is brutal. Particularly given that the World Championship qualifiers, which affects some of the riders, the public qualifiers, are short, sharp climbs. I mean, nothing's long there. You know, we're talking minimal distances. To then throw in this massive climb really, really is harsh. However, the riders have stepped up and some, and they are flying their way up through the race fields in categories 4, 3, and category 2. They're not far off at the moment. They're at 6.6K. If we thought the leading groups were big in categories 4 and 3, that's nothing as compared with the massive, massive road train that is making its way up in Category 2. Darn again, really pushing at the front with Simmons, with Krasnich, Kayan in there, but Kayan, Phil Graves, Christoph Thien, Colin Kayan in the mix, Cam Winfield, Jonas Bjarhead, Peter Milostic, Mr. X100, David Kowalski. Could go on for a long time here because it's a massive group.
It is indeed, and some really, really strong riders continuing to put in some strong performances. And we saw such strong performances in the women's race earlier on. I think it's going to be matched today because over the top of Endurance Climb 1 are our riders in Category 3 and in Category 4, chasing on the climb, well, into the bottom of this climb at 5.8 kilometres are the Category 1 racers. And Vujasin, Jones, Osborne, Knudsen, Van Elst, Turek and Kaminsky. Safrazadi as well is in this group. It's a good, strong bunch of Category 1 leaders. And you know what? It's not far back, Matt, to that second chase group.
It's not far back at all to that second chase group. You could see this coming back together, definitely, as they come in to the climbs and then expanding as they go over the top, coming together and expanding once again. So at the moment, Ollie Jones sat pedaling a really nice, smooth rhythm going up here and looking very, very strong indeed.
No, it is looking strong and the group is looking strong. And Ollie Jones, you can see on our screen at the moment with the fan blaring, looking strong too. Part and parcel of that leading group. So Vujasin, Van Elst, Osborne, Jones, Knudsen, Kaminsky, Turek, Pucker there as well. There's a big question if we could just scroll down, but I think he is because Safrazadi is in the mix. Look at that. The gap is back 13 seconds to the chase group.
It's absolutely crazy. We've got such a big group already on the front pushing, and yet there's a good group coming behind as well. Everybody really stepping up their game at the moment here on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. You could come and join these riders, please do. Make sure you download the app, jump on board, get that testing done. Make sure that you come and join us. Remember, all of our riders are on dual power recording in the Sunday Race Club. They're all verified. Not just the top 5 to the top 10, not just the people getting the prize money. Everybody gets that verification process. It starts before and finishes after the racing is done. It does mean, of course, all the results that you're seeing are live at the moment. The class leading verification that includes that power passport applies to all our riders on the Sunday Race Club, ensuring that we know that the right riders are in there. We have seen riders removed previously and people annulled or disqualified as need be, because it is a real process that takes place, and it's there to make sure everybody is riding fairly and there's some fair competition. The dynamic categories ensure that we have great racing between each of our riders, and there's always somebody in and around.
Well, it is indeed. And Kaminsky on our screen at the moment, he's always in or around the front of the Category 1 race field, wherever we are, just being dropped off of that group at the moment. You can see the group pushing on around the corner. Now, we're only at 6.7 into this race, but we've seen very different performances from the women on the women's course earlier on today. And we saw riders not pushing as hard at the start, but coming through at the end of the race. We saw riders going off the front. We saw very many different strategies in how to ride this race. Now, in Category 2 at the moment, X100, Mendakowicz, Nuki, Harvey, Theme, all at the front of this race. They are working their way up the climb. They're probably about midpoint at 7.7 kilometers on this climb. And it's a big leading group in Category 2. Now, I, for one, would have expected this because, as we said at the beginning of this start of Category 2 riders, the strength and depth in this race field really does lead us to big packs on the road.
It does indeed. We've already got the Category 3 leaders and the Category 4 leaders over the top of this segment. Endurance climb number 1 on the men's race now. Basti with the fastest time from Al Rafray. Then Ramirez, Galuska, Kansara, the top 5 in Category 3. In terms of Category 4, well, they are definitely slower, but they are mixed in and throughout the Category 3 pack. Category 2 are on the way up. They will have to go until the 8.7 kilometer marker to hit that point where they trigger the sensors, and we then know that they have completed that segment. They're in front. The leaders at the moment are Mr. X100 Olivier Simmons, along with Ivan Nuki, Frederick Gombert, and Cam Winfield,
now
making the way up there.
We've got Ivan Nuki on our screen at the moment, and he's climbing really, really well. Gombert went really well in one of the public qualifiers as well. Great to see Cam Winfield back in the mix, the young rider who rode and raced a lot on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, then went over to Italy to be part and parcel of a road team. He's ridden his races over there and completed his stretch of racing and now come back. And great to see him back on the Sunday Race Club with those race miles in his legs.
And they should help. They should. It depends on the travelling and how he has reacclimatized back, but should help. But this, it's such a great race field here. In front, you can see left-hand side of your screen for you to MyWhoosh and the user interface. The riders can see essentially almost exactly the same that you're seeing now, but without the Sunday Race Club Qualifier Race 2 title on the left-hand side. So you've got the radar view, which gives the riders their position on the course and who is around them. Each disc representing a rider. So red is Category 4, green Category 2, blue Category 3, yellow Category 1. The riders making the way up this climbing segment. You can see that the riders have a right-hand turn coming up. Then they've got to come around the right, a slight left, then another right to take them up to the banner. Top right-hand side, diagonally across the top right-hand side of the screen, is the course elevation and profile. So the profile at the moment, well, we're on that steep section. The shape of the hillside, the white line. The position of the riders is the yellow vertical line. The percentage gradient, well, at the moment it's all in positive numbers because it's all uphill. There are very few points where it goes into minus numbers on the way through. As we come up towards the top of the climb endurance segment number 1, you can see that the riders leading out Category 2 are nearly there. The riders leading Category 1, well, at the moment, they are just in front of Hayden Pucker, but the big pack action happening here in Category 2 with Mr. X100 storming his way up here with Olivier Simmons. These two if you had two breakaway riders, pick two breakaway riders in category 2, Olivier Simmons and Mr. X100 would definitely be in that sort of pack of top trumps.
They would indeed. They really would. And it's a dangerous group as we move through this race. But it's not a big gap at the moment. Why Simmons talks to X100 and say, come on, we need to work. We need to work. Take your turn. But he can't. Well, I say that, but wow, he's just kicked to rise to the challenge to get back onto Simmons' wheel. He loves to take a challenge, does X100. And Olivier Simmons has given him that challenge. Right, you get back up here and you work with me. We work together to try and go away from the group. Right, that signal comes again. Come on, it's your turn. X100 trying to come through to work with Simmons. The gap now at 4 seconds. If these two work together, they have to work together if they want to go past. They're on the flat section at the moment between Endurance Climb 1 and Endurance Climb 2. Endurance Climb 2, ironically, is the third climb on the course today. Look, even in real life, Olivier Simmons is putting that through and off signal up. We are going to work together and we are going to push on. Now, Endurance Climb 2 is the longest and the steepest climb on this course today. They are running into at 12 kilometers, so they're still some way off. It's a 3.5 kilometer climb. An average gradient of 10.2%. It really, really is steep. And, well, you know what, Matt? We were talking about climbs out in the real world.
Okay.
Should we talk about some climbs out in the real world?
Why not? Let's give us some comparison.
Let me give you something that sort of is comparative. And I did do a lot of work to try and work out which race route or which climb was quite comparative. Now, did you know, and I've driven up this climb. I've not ridden on a bicycle, but I have driven in a car. So in Colorado,
yes,
Pikes Peak.
Oh, legendary Pikes Peak.
Only open to cyclists on the 1st of January 2013 because it had to be tarmacked at the top. And they were very concerned about the health and well-being of riders going up it because it is so steep and it's altitude, etc.
Yep.
So it did only open on the 1st of January 2013 after a test period.
Okay. We will come back to this because over the top of Endurance Climb 1 has gone the leaders in Category 1. You can see that we have 6 riders going through in Category 1. Michael Knudsen, Saeed Safrasedi, Lina Vajasin, Stefan Van Els going through with Jason Osborne. The first 5 are together. 20 seconds back, Ollie Jones of Alpha Jaw, then Pucker, then Turek coming through. You can see as they depose Olivier Simmons and Mr. X100 down that leaderboard. The times are going to be actually for that segment starting to get closer together as the Category 1 race field comes in.
Would you like me to give you the other categories?
You can if you wish.
Okay,
Go
so
on then.
Category 2, Simmons, X100, Kayan, Muzum, Theme, Biarhead, setting the fastest times in Category 2. In Category 3, it's Batty, Al-Rafray, Ramirez, Galuska and Kansara. In Category 4, SS is up there with Van der Zandt and Walker and Roy and Rusanek.
Okay. So they're your 4 groups on the road at the moment. You can see them on your screens. Category 1 leaders at the moment, Osborne, Nussen and Kotop, left-hand side of your screen. Right-hand side, Category 2. On the bottom, bottom left-hand side, that is now basically he's got 1 second out of Raffray. So those two essentially together, you can just see the helmet of Raffray coming onto the back wheel of Betty. In Category for SS and Tom Walker are the 2 that have a 2-second gap on Van der Sant, but they are just ahead of the riders on the left-hand side of your screen because they are closing in fast. So 13.9k covered for Category 4, leaders on the road, 13.7 for the Category 3 chaser behind. Let's go back to Pikes Peak, and then I've got a fact for you that you will have got no clue about.
Oh, really? Well, okay. So Colorado, Pikes Peak, open to cyclists on the 1st of January 2013. It's 40.3 kilometres long. 2,402 metres of climbing.
Oh, it's very similar then.
Very similar. Yes, it was one thing to drive up it. My ears popped many times in the car.
Now, when you go to Pikes Peak, it is a legendary hill climb venue for motorsport as well.
It is.
Now, one of the motorsport instructors at Pikes Peak is a certain Mark Legg. Mark Legg is Mr. Katie Compton.
There you go.
Katie Compton, of course, the multi-time United States cyclocross champion, a tandem pilot like Anna Svanström, who regularly races on the qualifiers for Sweden, on the MyWhoosh public qualifiers for the World Championships. And so, by very small degrees of separation, we have Anna Svanström, regular rider on MyWhoosh, and Mark Legg, who is the instructor, driving instructor at Colorado, or was, on Pikes Peak, and would take people up in exceptionally fast cars up to the summit. And it's where they have a hill climb car race every year, as well as having people riding up as well.
And in fact, that hill climb has been going for
a long, long time.
Decades and decades and decades.
Yep. Absolutely fantastic. There you go. We talked about Googling a climb in Colombia earlier on in the women's race. Go have a look at Pikes Peak, and Mark Legg, an instructor there. Emma going up in a car. I wonder whether your driver was Mark Legg. Would you have known?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't. Okay, there you go. Right, let's go back to the climb. One man who I bet would be able to set a fast time on that climb is SS, leading Category 4 at the moment. And to tell you something, these riders, SS, Tom Walker and Van der Zandt, are holding off Beatty and Aurefray, the Category 3 riders, close down, but on this climb section they are not making up as much ground. They're currently at 30 seconds down. Behind them, another 30 seconds or so behind, you've got Almeida, you've got Russinet, you've got Zumaya, you've got the chasing group behind, and that is a substantial gap.
Well, and it's a substantial group, actually, because that group are really, really strong. We're just dropping down to take a look. Xavier Maillard is the rider we're in with at the moment, about to be caught. The Category 4 rider about to be caught by the leading two in Category 2. And I'll tell you something, Olivier Simmons requested from X100 that he work with him. He has done, and they've now got a 30-second gap on the chase group, and it's Christoph Thiem and Ivan Nuki leading the charge behind. James Krasnich is there as well. In fact, it's a big group with Millerstick, Darn, Winfield, Graves. These are strong, strong riders who will continue to perform right the way to the finish line.
So let's see how they get on between here and that finish line. Don't forget, of course, like all of the Sunday Race Club, you can rewind it, watch the action back. We have our rewinds clips at the start of the show with some of those highlights. And of course, we have the whole shows available going back. You can go back and see the progression, the improvement, the increase in worlds. We've got another new world on its way, not letting anything out of the bag that people didn't work out if they follow on social media. There's a whole new world on its way. It looks absolutely stunning. It's one of those worlds. So sometimes when people just let their imagination just keep on going that little bit further, that's what you're going to be getting. It's going to be an absolutely brilliant place to go ride. It adds to the already existing worlds from Alula and Arabia right the way through Australia. Heading out in through the American world over in San Francisco and LA, across to Europe into Belgium. We've got Colombia, going all around the world, and a few other places in between. A few places you can't go. You can go to Area 51. You can't do that in real life. You can do it for sure on MyWhoosh, and that is going to be really, really entertaining when we can go there. Now, in the racing, Van der Zandt being caught here, Henrik Van der Zandt of the United States of America, the Category 4 rider in the red on the right of polka dot skin suited Niall Beatty, who pushes on. Ibrahim Aurefray jumps onto the wheel of Beatty, and at the moment, Van der Zandt is looking to try and go with them. I'm not sure he can lift the pace high enough at the moment. We have two riders at the front, SS, who is now starting to open the gap on Tom Walker. I would question the timing here, though, because you're nearly at the top of the climb, and the effort to go clear here, unless what we're seeing is SS pushing, to go onto the flat, so he ensures he gets caught by the Category 3 riders on the flat, because that would be the optimum moment.
Well, that would be the optimum tactic to use here if you want to stay clear of those chase riders in the Category 4 race. But it's such a difficult tactic, because at the moment they're only 15 kilometres into this 45-kilometre race. There's still 30 kilometres to go for SS, and he's still got 4 main climbs and then the climb to the finish. He's got to be really careful he doesn't blow in the latter stages, because we have seen that earlier on in the women's race, and we have seen the top 5 really dramatically change in the latter 10 kilometres of this race. This is not just about the power. This is about fueling and husbandry.
Oh, it's that word husbandry again. Never a good thing. So we're just going to take a quick break, and we'll be back with you shortly. So great to see the race action unfolding in front of us. We're just taking a quick break for some drinks and supplies. Emma's fueled up on mojito squash, non-alcoholic, of course, whereas I've just sadly finished the coffee, which might mean that you're going to get Emma for a little while whilst I go get another one, but can't pull myself away from the action, because at the moment, SS going up underneath the banner has got the gap on the riders behind. It's 18 seconds back to Walker. Walker is trying to hold on desperately here to Refray and Beatty, who could pull him across here. And this is a very real struggle here, because if Walker can hold on to them and use the draft, he will come back to SS. If he can't hold it, he's going to find himself 18 seconds adrift. You can see the effort he's making. He's got back on again here, so he's had to go into the red zone there. Van der Sant is not going to be in this train. He is 18 seconds down the road, and that now 20 seconds down the road, in fact, and counting.
Wow.
And now this means that Walker can try and catch a lift and catch up to SS. And I'll tell you something, he's not just catching a lift, he's doing a lot of the work here.
Well, the interesting thing is SS is about right off the pace. He's dropping his heart rate dramatically and recovering from that climb. And I think he's seen what's going on behind. And I think he's probably registered that Walker has got into that group with Batty and now Refray. And I think he's probably resigned to the fact they are coming back to him. Well, a little bit further back down the climb at the moment, Ivan Nuki has done a performance, phenomenal performance, because Nuki has caught Simmons and X100. If you remember last time we were with this group, it was 32 seconds X100 and Simmons had clear of the chasers, and Nuki now caught back up. Coincident climbing well, so is Gombert and Millerstick. They are now at 15 seconds from the leading 3 in the Category 2 race. On the left-hand side of your screen, Michael Knudsen and Jason Osborne. Well, it is a duo climbing together. Vuyasin is there as well. They've just gone past Cam Winfield, Christoph Thiem. They've just gone past the chase group in the Category 2 race.
They are absolutely flying. They're on fire today, and they are lighting up the road, up the climb at the moment. There's going to be flames of light all the way up, and look at the effort. I'll tell you something, line of Jesse doesn't normally look like he's working. He does now, and my goodness, that is because Osborne is tapping out a rhythm here that is going to be tough to follow. So is Safrazadi. They really want to open this gap up on the riders behind. Knudsen working hard, and you can see here Ivan Nuki, who has just done a ride of his own, absolutely flying up there. He's now getting the past, and he needs to jump on board if there's anything left.
I have a question for you.
Oh, go on.
So when we race for an hour, or a sub 1 hour on the Sunday Race Club,
yes,
we see phenomenal performances from esports specialists.
Yeah.
2-minute efforts repeated regularly.
Yep.
Phenomenal performances. Jason Osborne races and rides out on the road.
Yes.
Said Safrazadi races and rides out on the road.
Yep.
Michael Knudsen, I know from his social media feed, rides a lot out on the roads in Switzerland. Is this course going to suit someone who races and rides outdoors regularly more than someone who trains and races indoors specifically?
Only because of the type of terrain that we're on. It's very rare that you would rate anything that is 45k, which is essentially just uphill, or 15k uphill. Previously when we've used things like the Jebel Yace or the Jebel Hafit, any of the indoor rides tend to be shorter. So it's not that you can't do it. It's just that most people use a shorter, harder, more intense type of training. Now, if you spent your time, as Jason Osborne has, racing the Giro, and you've been out and done 15, 20k climbs, and you've not just done one, you've done maybe 4 in a day. You've gone over the Tourmalet, you've gone over the Galibier, you've gone up the Stelvio, you've done these massive, massive climbs. You've done the right training for this type of riding. And it's not that you can't do it indoors. It's just that most people are probably too smart to do it indoors.
Well, shall I give you...
Because a lot of people can do it outdoors.
Well, they can do. And the Stelvio, let me just say, 48 hairpin bends.
Yes.
In the Italian Alps.
Yes.
24.1 kilometres of climbing with an
Yes.
average gradient of 7.6%, maximum 11.7. 1,829 metres of climbing in that 24.1 kilometre.
Yeah. So steeper, slightly less climbing, but a little bit shorter for the Stelvio.
Wow.
Than today's climb. But it's that kind of thing. I mean, we talk about this once being a tough race, which it is. But you imagine doing that 4 times, 5 times in a tour stage, and you're gonna know about that. So you are going to be good at going up a hill, up a gradient, and putting in an effort of this duration. And
do you know what?
It's just specificity. That'll do, of training.
Well, talking about training, I remember someone saying to me that after winning one of the Mountain Bike World Cups, Tom Pidcock took his road bike with him and got dropped off at the airport when he landed, got on his road bike and rode back from France, where he landed, into Andorra, where he lives.
Yes.
As a training ride.
Yes, because he needed to get the money. It's no good just doing the intense stuff. If you want to, the old adage is you should train for something approaching 50% more than your race distance.
That was pre-Tour de France.
Your long ride. So if you're going to race for an hour, your long rides want to be an hour and a half. If you're going to race for 2 hours, your long rides need to be 3 hours. If your race distance is a minute, your long rides want to be a minute and a half. My kind of time to train. But it's that kind of distance. Now, that's why we're seeing people who are racing shorter distances able to put down that power at the moment in esports racing, because generally it is short. I mean, look at the World Championship. It's very, very short. Now,
well, the catch has been made because Niall Batty, Ibrahim Al-Rafray and Tom Walker are now coming up onto the wheel of SS. I think SS knew this was going to happen, but it's happened at the end of the flat section as they go into the climb at 18.9 kilometres. Well, this climb started just a little bit before this. This is endurance climb number 3. It's 2.8 kilometres. It's the shortest climb today for these riders with an average gradient of 8.7%.
So you can see the 2 polka dot skin suits coming together. SS of category 4 on his back with the blue cap. You can see now basically there with the number 3 on his back coming up alongside goes Al-Rafray. Tom Walker is a little bit behind. We're only talking a few seconds, but it might be enough for SS to continue onwards with the riders here. You can see he's going to look to try and take some pace from the 2 category 3 riders and do this on the climb as they make the way up. So making the way on at 19 kilometers of the 45 kilometers to race today are riders in the very front of the race, at the very head of affairs at the moment, just shy of half race distance.
They are, aren't they? And I can confirm the first 5 riders from category 1 are up and over endurance climb 2. And take a look at that. Ibrahim Al-Rafray has a fan club in there with him. Look at all those people in there supporting him and watching him. Absolutely brilliant stuff. And he's putting in a phenomenal performance for them to view as well. Niall Batty and Ibrahim Al-Rafray, the 2 riders leading this category 3 3 race at the moment, are now the leaders on the road. They started 5 minutes behind the Category 4 race field. SS Walker and Van der Zandt doing a phenomenal job. Jacques Russenek is in 4th place with Almeida in that race in Category 4. But this is Category 2, and Batty and El Refray are riding strongly. Well, also riding strongly is Jason Osborne in Category 1. He's got 20 seconds now on Michael Knudsen and Syed Safrazadi. Those two riders are the chase riders. Jason Osborne went over Endurance Climb 2, setting the fastest time. Knudsen in 2, Safrazadi in 3. Then chasing hard in Category 1 is Vuyasin van Elst, Pucker and Jones. It's a big race going on already, and Osborne now has around 200 meters, if not 250 meters, clear of Safrazadi and Knudsen.
So let's see what happens as we move in towards that half race distant point. Jason Osborne with the gap, a man who's been racing on MyWhoosh for a long time. He was here 3 years ago and has continued onwards now. Just a little bit further back down the climb, just in with Raphael Amaro, who is from France, currently sitting in 13th, 12th place overall. In this big pack of Category 3 riders at the moment, in some good company here. Ramirez in there, East in there, Kansara, Spratt. Spratt, in fact, dropped Spratt, Nicholas Spratt just behind it, as is Kochkov.
Well,
so that's good climbing on the way up here.
But Amaro was 4th last week on the Paso Alto in Category 3, showing us that he does climb and climb well. And the company that he's in at the moment really does highlight that. Now, Batty and El Refray are down the road. And then we have, this is the chase group for 3rd place in that Category 3 race.
They're absolutely flying up here at the moment, and they are trying to get into the top 5 positions because this is the Sunday Race Club, and as part of MyWhoosh supporting the racing and making sure that people can treat it professionally, and that's true whether that is the production, whether it is the racing, whether it's our riders, then there are prizes for the top 5 riders in each of our race categories. So prize money at stake. Everybody wants to be in the top 5. Unfortunately, only 5 people are going to get into those positions. Jason Osborne leading in Category 1, potentially with a hand on one of those prizes. He's going to be into our next climb section. He is at 18.6k, so it's going to be the banner that he's going in and through. So makes his way in underneath the banner here. And endurance climb number 3, 18.6k to 21.4, so 2.8k. It's a slightly shorter one, Emma.
It is. It is a slightly shorter one. So endurance climb 3, just 2.8 kilometers, with an average gradient of 8.7%. She says very flippantly because she sat in the studio and not on her bike pedaling. It is the shortest one out of all of the endurance climbs that our riders will tackle today. Coming after the longest and the hardest, so well timed and positioned in this race. 18.6 kilometers to 21.4k. This really is the transition into the latter half of this race.
So let's see how it plays out as we go on to the climb behind. You can see that Vujasin and Stefan van Elst are trying to chase down Said Safrazadi in Category 1. They all want those prizes. Let's take a look at what is at stake for our riders here, because the prizes are big. Now, Category 4. So those are the riders in the red jerseys. The top prize today, 2,160 AED. The price is the same across the women's and the men's race field. So if you saw this in the women's show, it's just a real reminder. If you're seeing it for the first time, well, yep, those are the numbers. AED, 2,160 for the win in Category 4 today for the individuals, right down to 5th place, 432. The team classification only kicks in at the end of the month on the monthly finals. So whilst for Category 3, the individual classification is still 3,600 today, When we get to the end of the month, it will be 18,000 AED for the best team. Teams of 3 to count. 5 the maximum number of riders you're allowed in your team. Now, we move up from 4 to 3 into 2. The prize money going up all the time. 6,000 AED for the win, down to 1,200 AED for 5th. 30,000 AED for the team prize in Category 2 at the end of the month. And that's why it's so important for the teams to get that practice in, to get right in, to get absolutely dialed exactly what they're going to do when it comes in. And as you'd expect, that's very important when you're in Category 1, because we have 2,000 AED for 5th, 4,000 AED for 4th, 6,000 AED for 3rd, 8,000 AED for 2nd, and 10,000 AED for top spot individually today. That's a huge sum. We have 5,000 AED for the 5th team, right up to 50,000 AED for 1st in that team competition. Great spending money to spend on goodies for your bike.
Way.
Well, is there anything better to spend your money on other than bits for your bike? Let's face it, it's certainly the most fun. Now, you might not have a bike shop that takes AED near where you are. However, Emma, by the power of probably Google or some similar translation, will be able to turn your 10,000 AED into...
In honour of Jason Osborne, we are having euros for 10,000
Okay.
AED. Earlier on in the show, when we were in the women's race, we had different denominations. But right now, for 10,000 AED in euro, 2,492 as of Emma's exchange right at the moment.
So just shy of 2.5 grand in euros for the individual win in Category 1.
50,000 AED, which is the team win in Category 1 in the finals. Swedish krona, because Johan Noren is climbing strongly at the moment, going up Endurance Climb 2 in 7th place overall. We've not touched Swedish krona for some time. A large Swedish contingent taking part in those open qualifiers and picking up places in the World Championship semi-finals in September, or in 26 days. As someone reminded me this morning, 28,644 Swedish krona equals 50,000 AED.
Wow. Absolutely substantial sums. Make sure you're in it to win it. You need to get your Power Passport done. What's that, I hear you ask? What's a Power Passport? It's really simple. It is the thing that proves not your date of birth and, where you were born. It proves what power you can produce. Now, it isn't as numb as a straight FTP test, which basically just test you on being able to do an FTP test on one metric. It takes a number of metrics, and it enables the team to compare your power to everybody else's and to what you've done previously. So some reference points, some data in there. The team here using the data that's taken on the platform that's being ridden. Riders also, of course, can be asked to go into test. We saw a line up with Justin and Michael Kaminsky, amongst others, down on the start line. Now,
Al Frey has blown.
He's got issues. Al Frey, I think, has got an issue there. He's gone out of the race lead just as Jason Osborne came up to him. I think Al Frey has got a problem. He's just got back onto the bike and kicking out some more watts. So issues for Al Frey. And he is now going to have to kick out an absolutely class-leading performance to come back up. He's dropped right out of contention up at the top here.
No, look, I think he's got cramp or something is going on.
Yeah, I think there's definitely technical issues there with Al Frey as he goes in through. So hopefully he'll be back on the bike as soon as possible. Meanwhile, Niall Beatty up at the front of the race has company from SS, the 2 polka dot skin suits together. It is a duo of polka dot skin suits making the way up the climb.
The fastest climber in the Category 3 and the fastest climber in Category 4 currently together on the flat section.
Now, Osborne quickly making his way past Category 4 chasers at the moment. He's just gone past Emil Rusinek at Almeida. He's got in front.
The speed of which he's making the top 10.
He's absolutely fine at the moment. In front is Nicholas Hagland of Sweden, then Nicole Kansara. I think Angarita Ray's in front of Spratt too. They're not that far, and look at the pace he's carrying. He's going up here at 20 kilometers an hour. This is a 10% climb. He's 21 kilometers into racing. And Nicholas Hagland is a fast rider in his own right, but he's about to see Jason Osborne coming up behind. Nicholas, don't try and hold on to his wheel,
Do
mate.
you think Jason Osborne,
mad?
Do you think when Jason Osborne opened the events page and saw that it was this climb, he went, absolutely yes, that one is for me?
Yeah, I don't think anything would have stopped him riding today. Now, Nicholas Hagland can see Osborne go past. The Category 3 rider just being passed by the Category 1 rider. But Hagland doing a great ride here in Category 3. But he's not as fast as our race leader in Category 1, who now is heading up to the front of the race. He's heading up to the right-hand turn at the end of this segment. And he is currently working his way up towards the top of the racing. He's in 12th place at the moment. There are 11 riders in front, but watch this space because that is going to change very quickly indeed.
Do you know, Jason Osborne has indeed been the esports world champion previously.
Yep.
He's had a first, a second, and a third in that competition. You know, every single time he has raced the world championships, he's not finished outside the top 5. He's got to be on form and got to be flying for that to be his goal again this year. Well, he sets the fastest time on endurance climb number 3, 7 minutes 54.
And it shows you the Category 1 riders just how quick they are. Sub 8 minutes. He's 2 minutes 20 faster than the fastest time in Category 3. He is 2 minutes 29 faster than the fastest rider in Category 4. And those are the fastest riders. He will be not just seconds, it's a proper full-on several minutes, if not half the time, of some of our riders. Some of the riders will be doing 15-minute segments here.
Can I give you context?
Go.
So Jason Osborne, 7 minutes 54, fastest time Cat 1 men. When the women did this climb, the fastest time from the Cat 1 women was Kristen Kolczynski, 14 minutes 25.
That is a phenomenal time by Jason Osborne. That is why he's leading Category 1 up here. Kolczynski's time was fast. We're not going to tell you whether it was enough to win her the race. You'll have to go back and watch it. No spoilers. But it was a very quick time up that segment for her. But you look at the pace going up here. Now, Osborne putting 20 seconds nearly into Vujasin, 18.348. 36 seconds into Van Elst and Safrazadi. It's 36 seconds into Knudsen. Those riders behind know that they are in trouble at this stage in the race. Halfway up, we're nearly half race distance, and he has got the gap.
Yes,
has he got enough?
But the story so far of that climb is that Vujasin has caught Knudsen and Safrazadi.
Yes.
So Knudsen and Safrazadi were ahead of Vujasin, but Vujasin on that climb has caught them. So we now have a group of 3 riders. Stefan Van Elst is 20 seconds back. So 1 rider leading in Category 1, Osborne, a chase group of 3, Safrazadi, Vujasin and Knudsen, and then Stefan Van Elst 20 seconds back. That is the story unfolding in Category 1 at the moment at 22 kilometres into the race. This is Category 2, and Ivan Newkey has done a phenomenal job. He's now with, and he goes down to Simmons and X100. Well, it's now a leading group because BR Head has joined him. I'm so pleased I called BR Head's course today. Miller Stick has caught him. He was another one on my list today. Theme is there as well. We've now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 riders in the leading group.
Yeah, and that, for me, the key thing that we're finding here is that because the course is so long, I mean, the distance is the same. It's a standard Sunday Race Club distance, 45 kilometres. But because it is all either uphill or flat, there's enough time for riders to go hard, to rest. Riders who've taken a steadier start and then doing faster splits later, coming in and catching them, people to recover partway on the ride, and that is definitely showing. Now, the rider that we've seen on the right-hand side of the screen. That's Jonas Bjarhed right in the mix. But the man who is heading up towards the very front of the race is Jason Osborne. He's 5th on the road. He's got company at the moment, and I think just taking a little bit of a breather for the Category 3 riders around him. They're going to get a little bit of a lift in here. They're going to be trying to close down on the riders in front, but Osborne once again going to be driving on. The moment it hits that climb, expect to see him go. In fact, he's out of the saddle, kicking away now. He's going to be trying to come into this climb at speed. They're onto the heels of Walker and Van der Zandt. The only riders left in front are the leaders of Category 3 and 4, and that is Niall Beatty and SS. All 3 polka dot skin suits are the 1, 2, 3 on the road at the moment. SS, Niall Beatty, and Jason Osborne. In fact, they're only missing the Category 2 polka dot skin suit rider to be there.
I think we should put this into context for our viewers. So, Category 4 started first today, 5 minutes before Category 3. Category 3 started 10 minutes before Category 2. And Category 1 started 5 minutes after Category 2. That means Jason Osborne started 20 minutes behind SS and 15 minutes behind Niall Beatty. And within 24 kilometres of racing, he has caught them, and he is shortly about to be on their wheel.
Well, that's the speed he's traveling. You can see the difference. They're both on basically 9% now. 21 kilometers an hour for Jason Osborne, 17 kilometers an hour for the race leaders on the road at the moment. And that means that he's closing at about 5 kilometers an hour speed at the moment. But watch this space, because the speed is absolutely phenomenal from Osborne. He has distanced the rest of the group. However, behind there are battles unfolding in categories 1, 2, 3, and 4. And of course, we've seen some great battles in our women's event as well earlier on today. Great to see that unfold over their 35k course. Here with the men, we are 25 kilometers in for Jason Osborne. He's got 20k to go.
Well, still 20k to go, still a number of climbs to go. So in total, and I am going to count the final climb to the finish line, 8 climbs today on this course. 1, 2, 3, 4 complete, 4 to go.
And with that, I'm going to leave you in the hands of Emma for a few moments whilst I'm going to go do some refueling myself.
Are you?
I am.
That's
I'm
absolutely fine by me.
Whether to have a protein energy bar.
Oh, refueling properly in the
I am.
full speed event studio.
I'm getting into it. Well, I'm not doing a gel. That would be crazy.
Oh my goodness!
Because a gel would 20.
Why would you need one of those?
Well, 20 minutes. Once you start with the gel, you've kind of got to keep on going, and we've got a long way to go to have gels.
Real food in the studio, please.
In that case, it might be a courgette bake.
Well, there you go.
There's probably not as much energy as an energy
Other
bar.
bakes are available.
I will be back shortly.
Well, Saeed Safrazadi absolutely doing the business here with Lionel Vujasin. As Matt leaves the studio for a short time, they're pushing on in front of Michael Knudsen, who's 5 seconds back. Now, this is endurance climb number 4 that these riders are tackling. They're 25 kilometres into this race, starting at 24.6 to 27.6. So 3 kilometres of climbing with an average gradient of 8.7%. This is now doing more damage to the group, but Safrazadi and Vujasin are now moving clear of Knudsen, who've been part and parcel of the front trio of riders. Well, Stefan van Elst, who we said had been going really strongly over the last few weeks, also closing in on Knudsen from behind. So the Category 1 race really starting to look interesting. We jump in with the Category 3 race. Oh, this is interesting as well, because take a look at this group. We've got Henry Yeese on our screen at the moment. He's with Kansara, Kochkov, Spratt, Angarita Reyes, Galuska is there as well. Jason Osborne has gone past them, but the only Category 3 rider in front of them is Niall Beatty. He is the rider up the road in P1. It's got around 2 minutes on them now, Beatty, and absolute class climber. That is his thing. But this group of strong riders are chasing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them in the group. And I'll tell you something, the riders out the back of the group are pushing, because Rafael Amaro, who we saw earlier on, he's the rider 3 seconds down, really pushing and digging deep to get back on to this group, because this is where second, third, fourth and fifth are likely to come from. And Henry used the look of concentration on his face as he continues to tap on those pedals on this climb. 25.8 kilometers now complete. They're well over halfway. Well over halfway, and an hour into racing for Category 1, an hour and 20 minutes into racing for Category 4. But Safra Zaidi now having to work his way through this group of Category 3 riders, because Lionel Vujasin has already gone up and over the top and out the other side. So Jason Osborne currently in third place on the road at the moment in P1 in Category 1. He's a minute and a half up the road, 500 meters of climbing. Vujasin and Safra Zaidi working now in second and third place. Those are the chasing two in Category 1. This is what Vujasin and Safra Zaidi are chasing. These are the three leaders on the road at the moment. These three riders are leading their respective categories. So Niall Beatty in 1, currently leading the Category 3 race. He's in the sunglasses with the polka dot banner. SS currently leading the Category 4 race in the blue cap, gloves and shoes. And Jason Osborne, the rider leading Category 1, just gone up and over the top. White socks, white shoes, and he's pushing on at the front. So Jason Osborne goes up and over Beatty and SS, the leaders of Category 1 and Category 4. It is now Osborne leading the race. So Matt joins me back in the studio. Osborne is now leading the race on the road. He's also leading Category 1. Vujasin and Safra Zaidi, the two chasing riders. Stefan van Elst pushing hard from behind. The last time we saw him, he was pushing, trying to close down Michael Knudsen. I think the news is that he has closed down Michael Knudsen and he's gone past him now. And he's continuing to climb really strongly.
The time gaps, though, are big, and people are having to close big time gaps, opening up big time gaps, closing them back down again. This is not just a matter of 1 second or 2 seconds, is it? This is big timing. Now, just in with Stefan van Elst here, the Belgian rider there for the Abus Lacol squad. You can see all very, very smooth. You can see the amount of time he spends on a bike, you know, when you watch him. When you see him in real life, he is
so
just
efficient.
Just, you know, if you want to know what you want to look like on a bike, guys, this is what it wants to be. Smooth, focused, keeping the revs there, well paced. You know, his avatar's out of the saddle, giving it everything. He's still looking cool as a cucumber. Steve McQueen, I think, of bike racing is Stefan van Elst.
Well, you know, pick your favourite movie star and attach them to a bike ride. No, I think it's true.
He is. Look, he's got Steve McQueen looks. He's cool. You know, you could just see him
Cool,
on a
calm and
motorbike in the
collected.
Great Escape, jumping over a barbed wire fence or something like that.
Vujasin at the moment and Safra Zaidi are the riders he is chasing. Knudsen is desperately trying to hang on to the wheel. Knudsen, the rider behind Van Elst, pushing on the screen on that Carl the rider without the helmet, with the sunglasses, closing down onto Van Elst's wheel. These two, you know, Knudsen really having to hang deep and dig deep to stay with Van Elst. 35 seconds up the road are the pair of Vujasin and Safra Zaidi. They're currently lying second and third in this Category 1 race. Osborne well and truly clear off the front at the moment.
Okay, let's have a review of where we are on our course here today. We know, of course, that we are on the endurance climb on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, but let's get some detail on that with our course profile. It is up and some more up and some more up besides. Emma, just take us through where we are at the moment.
Well, we said 25-ish kilometres into the race is where most of our leaders are at the moment. That's on endurance climb 4, starting at 24.6 and finishing at 27.6. It's a 3 kilometre climb with an average gradient of 8.7%. We then have a flat transition into endurance climb 5, another flat transition to endurance climb 6, and then the run in towards the finish at 45 kilometres. Well, that is not flat. There is a flat transition of around 3.3 kilometres before we go up again. So it is a climb to the finish. And I'll tell you something, we could see riders come into that finish, get up out the saddle for that climb sprint to the checkered flag, and the lactic acid in their legs absolutely burning. Will they make it? Will there be a sprint? Will there be groups? Or are we going to see individual riders in each of the categories take the polka dot banner?
Well, at the moment, we have got a yellow jersey, a blue jersey, and a red jersey all through the end of endurance climb 4 in the racing here today. 3 riders over the line at the top of that segment. That's how fast they are traveling. A little bit further down the road, we're just dealing with Mr. X100 with Ivan Newcomb, Peter Milostic, Christoph Thiem, and Jonas Bjarhead. This group of 5 riders in Category 2 are still stuck as a group, despite the best efforts of people to break this up. It is a strong pack, and they need to stay clear of those chasers behind. They won't want to give away any positions. Let's go from them to the chasers in Category 1. We've seen Jason Osborne. He's already in through. He's led through this point. He's been chased at the moment. He's 2.5 minutes up the road from second and third place with Jasin and Safrazadi, who go through. To give you an indication of the power required, Osborne averaged on that segment 441 watts. Line of Jasin 421, Said Safrazadi 391. So you can see that it's a substantial amount more power that's being put down by Jason Osborne, kicking his way up this climb.
Wow, and you can see on that bottom left-hand screen at the moment, the one yellow jersey out front, the one blue jersey chasing, and then the red jersey further behind. And this is the yellow group with the black arrow in it. And this is second and third in that Category 1 race, fourth and fifth on the road at the moment. Van Elst has now dropped Knudsen behind, but it's Van Elst, Knudsen, then Pucker. The 3 riders, all from Category 1, are now behind. Then it's the chase group in Category 3 on the road. Well, Osborne still leading this, still progressing and still riding strongly in Category 1, leading this race. Now, Batty now dropped to SS. In fact, SS doing some massive recovery at the moment, down at 1.7 watts per kilo. Batty doing some recovery of his own on this flat section. This is the flat transition between Endurance Climb 4 and Endurance Climb 5. 2 main climbs now left to go. And Endurance Climb 5 is the least steep of all the endurance climbs, 3 kilometres with an average gradient of 7.7%, and 7.7% as an average gradient is not steep, but it is the least steep of all the endurance climb sections.
I'm glad you used the phrase leastly steep, least steep, because it's still hard. It's still harsh. That's not an easy climb by any stretch of the imagination. And because we see these riders coming up in these climbs, I mean, they are blocks of about 3K each of these climbing segments. They are really, really tough. And it's a long enough effort that you can't just sprint at them, despite what Jason Osborne might think, powering his way down here at 5+ watts per kilo into the next climbing segment at 31K.
Yeah, well, let's just finish talking about this climbing segment, as in Endurance Climb 4 that they have just finished before Jason Osborne goes underneath that banner for Endurance Climb 5. Noel Beatty, we said, was leading the Category 3 race. The Chase group are now up and over the top of the climb as well. So Ramirez, Yeast, Angarita Reyes, Amaro, Galuska, Kochkov, Kansara and Spratt are the Chase group in Category 3. SS, we said, was leading Category 4, going up there the fastest. Well, the Chase group is starting to come through. Henrique, Van der Zandt is part and parcel of that Chase group. He's P2 in that Category 4 race. Tom Walker is in third position. He's also up and over the top of Endurance Climb 4. It's just Category 2 leaders. And as I talk, the Category 2 leaders come up and over the top of that climb. Christoph Thiem, Jonas Bjarhed, Ivan Nuki and Peter Millerstick.
And the rider that's chasing now is Mr. X100. We've seen him time trial his way up climbs before. He's going to have to put all of those skills to good use here. He will want to close down on those leaders on this section. He's likely to keep that same power going on the flat as he is on the climb. And you can see that Paul Garin, the rider who he's just gone past, is trying to stay with him. But Mr. X100 holding at 5.1 watts per kilo. In fact, a kick there at 7 to just build the pace up, just to accelerate up a little bit more here. He wants to wind up, but he's got some serious work to do.
Serious work to do is what all of these riders are doing. Serious work. This is serious effort, serious racing, serious climbing, and some phenomenal racing going on at the moment in all 4 of our race categories. So on the right-hand side of your screen, this is the chasing group. Well, it's actually the lead group in Category 2. Peter Milostic, Jonas Bjarhed, Ivan Nuki and Christoph Thiem. Johan Noren is chasing them. He's the rider behind, but he's in Category 1. He is indeed chasing them. In fact, he's just come up onto their wheels. So Johan Noren comes up onto the wheels of the leading group in Category 2. X100 is 10 seconds behind. He's chasing this leading group of 4 in this Category 2 race. The question is, will anybody try and go with Noren, or will Noren take a break and a pause and just sit in this group? Because currently this is the flat transition between Endurance Climb 4 and Endurance Climb 5.
So here we go, back in with Category 1 here. Jason Osborne still with over 2.5 minutes lead with Jasin Safrazadi, SS, and Els Pucker all in his wheel tracks at the moment. Osborne opening this up. Now basically holding on here. He's doing a good job. We said he's a great climber. We know that he's good at when it goes uphill. He's takes a pace at the when it goes downhill. He's such a light rider.
Well, he's a pocket rider.
He's a pocket rocket, isn't he?
He is. That's a great description for him. Niall Beatty on a climb, pocket rocket.
He is, but when it goes downhill, that's when it doesn't pay off. Fortunately for him, this is, of course, suited to Niall Beatty on the climb here out of the saddle. He sees Saeed Safrazadi and Lionel Jasin come up alongside. He has to keep pushing here because he does have a chasing group behind him. Niall Beatty, the polka dot skin suit wearer, the leader on the points competition at the moment, making his way up and through this section. He can see the riders in front. I'll tell you something, he lifted his pace a little bit to go with them, but he's not trying to go all the way onto his limit, I think, here, and I think that's smart, because if he goes too hard, he's likely to blow completely, and then he'll lose a lot of time, and that's what we do see on the big mountains. If you get it wrong, you go too deep, you lose not just seconds, you lose minutes.
Well, you just can't go too deep because, you've got the rest of the race to ride. You're at 30 kilometres into this race, well, Mr. X100 is, and you've still got 15k to go. You've got to manage your effort and you've got to ride enough within yourself to push and put in the best performance over the distance.
So we are in with the leading group of Category 2 at the moment. This group are back together again. They've come together on the flat. We saw Mr. X100 push on into this group, and now they're continuing to accelerate. So Johan Noren, the yellow skin suit, the yellow jerseyed rider in there. He's the Category 1 rider. Emma said he was climbing well. He is not that far off the front of the race. He's sitting inside the top 20 now. So that means that he has got a group with him of category 2. That probably isn't going to stick for too long because he's caught back category 2. And Johan Noren, I think, just taking the opportunity, wipes the sweat from his face. This should be a race that suits him in terms. I mean, he's a great mountain biker, we know. And the mountain bike Olympic race distance is about an hour and 30 minutes, hour 20 to an hour 40, isn't it? So going to be the right kind of time for that kind of effort. And in sections, in chunks, 3K chunks almost. It's like doing a mountain bike race, going up, leveling, going up, leveling, going up, leveling. That peak and drop is going to be very similar, isn't it, Emma?
It is. It is indeed. And Noren really climbing well. And we've seen him do that before, Johan Noren. That mountain biking skills, the cadence that you need, the changing cadence coming in really handy as well. But Noren working really well here. And it's really interesting to see also this group of category 2 riders really trying to stay with him. That is interesting. So Christoph Thiem, Peter Mlustig, X100, Ivan Nuki, all in this leading group of category 2 riders now trying to hang on to the wheels of Noren.
Now, let's see who can do this. Yuki does come good as we come in towards the end of a race. We see him getting stronger as the racing progresses. Let's have a look. Let's see how they're rolling as they go up on to this section here. It's a steep little kicker coming in. Noren, you can just see starting to burst clear as we take a little bit of a run up the road. Say Safrazadi here in this group here. This is the battle for second and third place. Safrazadi with the white helmet with the black shoes and short yellow socks. The rider with the longer socks on, that is Lionel Vujasin. There you see a length halfway between your ankle bone and your knee. So the riders on the climb, you can just see Vujasin going to the front, Safrazadi chasing behind. The banner is up in front, and in fact, Osborne has not quite reached that point yet at the top of this section. And these riders at 32.6k, and the end of this section at 34 kilometres.
Well, I'll tell you something. So Stefan Van Els has ridden himself up into 4th place at the moment in this category 1 race. And Hayden Pucker, it looks to me as though he's ridden himself up into 5th place because he's gone past Michael Knudsen. So Knudsen, who had gone early with Safrazadi and Osborne on this climb, on this climbing course, should I say, now down into 6th place because Van Elst working his way up into 4th. And it looks like Hayden Pucker working his way up into 5th.
So SS at the moment on the right-hand side of your screen. See him Pucker come in and past him, but leading category 4 at the moment. The leader of category 3 about a minute up the road. The leader of category 1, he's in a different time zone to pretty much everybody else on the race route at the moment because he is leading now. He is going to be basically 4 minutes plus clear of the nearest chasers behind. Now, let's take a look. Lionel Vujasin on our screens at the top left-hand side. Stefan Van Elster, then now Beatty. They're the riders on the climb. The 3 riders making the way up at this ascent at the minute. And you can just see Vujasin just shakes his head to get rid of some of that. So Stefan Van Elster out of the saddle, still taking a look around. Very different climbing style. Beatty sat in the saddle here. Van Elst definitely on the move here. He's just gone past now Beatty in front of him. He's got Safrazadi, he's got Vujasin and Osborne. But this is a real battle in front of them with Vujasin. He's got his work cut out here. He kicks again here. And he's trying to drop Said Safrazadi, I think. I don't think this is just a matter of just riding a tempo. As you get to the top of the climbing segments, that's when we see category 1 put in those digs, isn't it? That's where we see them trying to break the opposition.
Well, they're coming in towards the final 10 kilometres of this race. This is Endurance Climb 5. There's one more endurance climb after this, and then the run into the finish. So Yasin working hard on this climb. Safrazadi trying to stay desperately on his wheels. Around a 2-second gap at the moment. He's just got to hold the wheel. Van Elst 40 seconds back down the road. Pucker 1 minute 30 back. SS still doing a phenomenal job leading that Category 4 race. Noel Beatty leading the Category 3 race. Last time we were with Category 2, it was a leading group of around 7 riders.
Well, will it be a group at the front? We're going to have to see how that rolls in. Jason Osborne just on the offensive. Well, I got my break in. I had a nice energy bar. I didn't do my party trick when I was racing, though, which was to be able to swallow an energy bar whole without chewing it. So I didn't need to do that.
That is just disgusting.
No, it was really handy when you're racing a bike, but I didn't try and repeat that. As Mr. X100 puts the pressure on this climb, Emma is going to be leaving the studio. It's her turn to get some refueling. Just let us know what sort of refueling. Mine was a caramel peanut energy bar. It's very nice, yeah.
Okay.
So Emma's left the studio, and it is Mr. X100 who is trying to lead the group to jump on to that group in front at the moment. He's got Melostic and Nuki behind him. There are riders in front of him, though, as he comes around this turn. That this is going to be a really interesting race into the finish here. As they come up here, Mr. X100 settling into his traditional 5.1, 5.2, 5.3 watts per kilo as he's climbing his way up this slope here in the endurance climb on qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club, and continuing to kick on down at the moment. Nearly an hour and a half elapsed now, 1 hour 25, 35 seconds. For Mr. X100's race time at the moment, and you can see at the minute that the riders up in front, well, they're spread across a lot, of course. 36.8k covered for Jason Osborne, your race leader. The riders in second and third, that's line number Justin Say, Safrazadi, they are currently at 35k, 34.5k, only 500 meters behind Stefan Van Elst. And then you can see now, basically the lead in Category 3, still right in the mix, 34.1 kilometers. So whilst Jason Osborne has crossed the county, the national and the continental boundaries in his flight away from pursuit, the chasers behind are very close together at the moment. And it's only a few hundred meters separating them as they go up now. Hayden Pucker working hard behind Stefan Van Elst. He's got Noel Beatty just in front of him. He's on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. The race leader, though, 37.5k covered for Jason Osborne. He is now on to our next climb segment. This is our penultimate climb and our last timed climb segment. It's climb segment number 6 and takes us from 37.4k to 40.4k. It's not the last of the climbing. That comes with the last kicker up to the finishing line. Hayden Pucker knows that time is running out for him to close the gap down. He's going to have 10 kilometers left, of which he has got a big push. It is pretty much half and half uphill, half of it flat. Pucker continuing to try and bring back Stefan Van Elst, who's at 43 seconds. Vujasin and Say Safrazadi at 1.5 minutes up the road and about 5 minutes up the road. Well, it is Jason Osborne, who should be out of sight, out of mind, and already well in towards the finish. Basically doing a great job at the front of Category 3, front of Category 4, being led by SS. Category 2 being led by Jonas Bjarhed, continuing that form. He's up into 9th place. He has company, though, because Christoph Thiem has gone with him. So it's Bjarhed and Thiem in 9th and 10th places on the road, respectively. And then on the left left-hand side of your screen. And now they've got a 10-second gap on the rider in third place in category 2. That is Mr. X100. And 12 seconds to the rider in fourth, Peter Milostic. Then it's a bigger gap back to Nuki, who is the nearest rider to Milostic. And at the moment, those gaps seem to be being reinforced. Now, they're going to go over the top of the climb. They're going to be able to stretch this gap out because they will pick up speed and pace. If they continue to kick over the top, you can see that gradient dropping 2.5%. Going to drop right the way down, though. And as it does, we go underneath the banner. This is Endurance Climb 5 complete. Through go the category 2 riders going in underneath, and you can see they just drop on to our screens there behind. This is the chase, Milostic and Mr. X100. They've got Galuska in there as well, the category 3 rider holding the category 2 riders at the moment as they continue to push. They have given away time. The only rider sub 8 minutes, 7:56 for Jason Osborne, the professional row pro, looking very strong at the moment at the front of the race. He's on the left-hand side of your screen. He's on his way up at the final timed segment. He will have one more climbing section to go, which is the uncategorized run to the finishing line, and that kicks in some 400 meters before the line. Chasing him still, Said Safazedi and Lionel Vigestin. They can't break each other here. They've got 3-minute gap to the race leader. Now, they know that if there's an issue up at the front, if Osborne does blow, if he runs out of energy, gets the bonk, there's lots of different names for it, hits the wall, all terms for the same thing. You run out of energy stores, you run out of fuel to convert, to continue to keep forward. If that happens, you're just going to go crawling. All of a sudden, you can go from 30k an hour to 3, and it's not anything anyone wants to experience. Most riders will have experienced it at some point in life. It's not something you want to have happen. But if that happens, because you get your pacing, your fueling, your refueling strategy wrong, then you will lose a lot of time. They want to be in a position to benefit from that. Vigestin and Safazedi are in second and third place, but at the same time, they've got to keep position for themselves and make sure that they stay on top of the fueling. It's easy to remember that I want a bottle every 20 minutes, a bar every 20 minutes. I need to be eating to be able to produce the power if you are on your own. But if you are part of a duo, a pair of riders, then that is much more difficult to manage because you are also balancing, matching somebody else's pace, watching what they're doing. So whilst Van Els and Pucker and Osborne have their own races to ride, it is more difficult for Vigestin and Safazedi, who are watching each other at the moment. Van Elst pursuing the leaders, being pursued himself by Hayden Pucker, who's on the left-hand side of your screens at the moment. Now, I'm going to just keep an eye on our riders. We welcome Emma back in the studio.
I'm all good.
Okay, Emma's good. You're back and you're live in the studio, Emma. We're with Jason Osborne. He is currently on our penultimate climb, which is the last timed climbing section at 39 kilometers with 6k still to go. He is still clear by a matter of about 4 minutes from the chasing group behind. That is Vigestin Safazedi. We have got a chase on behind them. Now, Van Elst and Pucker now all on their own. Meanwhile, we've got Peter Milostic, we've got Jonas Bjarhed, Christoph, the Mr. X100, all together at the moment. They've got SS in front of them, and they are closing down on SS as we speak. Yeah. Now, Beatty's a couple of minutes up the road, so we've got polka dot skin suits across the slopes from Christoph Threem through SS, through now Beatty, all the way up to Jason Osborne. But Category 2, once again, proving it is incredibly competitive and tight racing between each other.
Yeah, they are indeed. And they've been a bit like that all race so far. And they are into what is coming up for the last 8 kilometres of racing. They've got one more endurance climb to go before the run into the finish. And it's X100, Peter Milostic, Jonas Bjarhed, Christoph Thiem, battling it out, those 4 riders in the mix in Category 2. SS, the leader of Category 4, not able to stay with them as they transition and move. So he is in the polka dot skin suit, currently leading Category 4. Behind him, well, Henrik van der Zandt is still in P2. Tom Walker is still in P3. Those are the top 3 in Category 4. They are all over Endurance Climb 5 with just Endurance Climb 6 to go. As Jason Osborne at the head of the race, at the front of Category 1, makes light work, but that's a really flippant phrase, works up on to the top of Endurance Climb 6.
Here we go. Category 2 going underneath the start banner for Endurance Climb number 6. The penultimate climb, the last of our timed climbing sections. You can see the pace that Osborne is carrying. Now, he has dropped below the 20 kilometers an hour marker. Probably not for very long, but he has dropped below that. Behind him, you can see the leaders of Category 2. Now running at about 15 to 16 kilometers an hour, but this is steep. This is a 10% section they're on at the moment. The average gradient, 9.9% for this climb segment, which is tough. The end section of climbing, that goes over 11%, and that is really a sting in the tail. It's a real scorpion of a climb.
It is indeed, and it really can catch you out. You have to watch it, but X100 pushing on theme on the wheel, be our head there as well. That's on the right-hand side of your screen. On the left-hand side of your screen, that's the leader in Category 1. 3 minutes, more than 3 minutes, he is now ahead of that chase group.
Yeah. Nearly 4.
Yeah, it's amazing.
It's quite scary.
Well, Johan Noren is on the chase at the moment as well. And Noren chasing hard. Niall Beattie is the rider between him and the rest of the Category 1 top 5. So Johan Noren doing a stellar performance here on the Sunday Race Club, pushing on in around 6th place in this Category 1 race at the moment, ahead of X100. Those are the Category 2 riders he has gone past. You can see them in the distance, and it's X100 and Jonas Bjarhed, the 2 riders together. Christoph Thiem just comes into shot behind, just a couple of seconds back. That is what it looks like ahead of Noren. Osborne, Vu, Yassin, Safrazadi, Van Elst, Pucker, Beattie and Noren. The top 7 at the moment, X100, with others in terms of that Category 2 chase group coming from behind.
They're chasing. They're not going to get up to Osborne, but Noren climbing. This is the sort of course he likes. He's a great climber, a great rider, off-rider. He knows that there is a gap in front. He will want to stay clear of the riders behind. He'll want to put a good time down on here as well. And he gets the badge for completing the endurance climb. So good riding by him, but not as good as this man. Jason Osborne showing absolute class here today when the road went skywards. Endurance Climb 6, last time segment is complete for Jason Osborne. He's the first rider up to the top of that section. He's on the flatlands now. This is the last push for him. He has a clear run until he reaches that 400 meter to go point, and that is when we will see him hit the last upward pointing slopes of the day.
Well, the last upward pointing slopes of the day are the ones on the way to the checkered flag. That is where Jason Osborne is heading. 9 minutes 51. Can you believe that in terms of that final?
Still so quick.
I know.
Flying.
Absolutely flying today on that climb. Moving now towards the finish line. This is the chasing too. Vu Yassin and Safrazadi are the 2 riders chasing hard. They are chasing Osborne, but they're not, well, I was going to say they're chasing Osborne. They're not going to catch Osborne, but they are battling for 2nd and 3rd place.
It's going to be a real tight battle. There's been nothing to separate them. And we've not seen, say, Safrazadi. We do often see him on our screens. Not seen him today to see how he's going at the moment. And he might be out and about around the world because he is a regular rider across on the road and on the mountain bike, and representing the nation out and about. We do see him in action. I am Vijaysin very consistent with where we see him in action because, again, one of our real esports specialists on the platform, but a real fight between them. They're still just about a minute clear of Van Elst, 1 minute 30 from Pucker, and nearer 5 minutes to Norrin. Up in front, 5+ minutes ahead is Osborne, but Osborne is accelerating across the flatlands, and his speed and distance will be changing that time gap because he is on a different terrain. So around that right-hand turn they go. They are going to have one left-hand turn to get to the banner to end that climb section. Osborne, though, on this flat plateau edge, he's going to take the left-hand turn here. And Jason Osborne, really looking good. His performance today has been absolutely stunning.
Dominant is my word for the day for Jason Osborne. Well, Sai Safrazadi, we're in with him at the moment, and look at that. He's up, he's out the saddle, his head is down, he's working hard. There's fuel and drink on the table in front of him. He has worked to his advantage. He's 5 kilometres now from the finish. He's nearly at the top of the climb. He and Lionel Vuyasin have worked side by side, wheel by wheel on this climb for a large percentage of this course, chasing Jason Osborne in P2 and P3 on this course in Category 1. Van Elst and Pucker at Norrin are chasing them, but the job that Safrazadi and Vuyasin have done today, absolutely phenomenal racing on the endurance climb on the Sunday Race Club.
Absolutely top notch. Got to say, an amazing job done by the riders on the way up here. And a massive thank you to all of our riders who have been out and racing in the women's and the men's races. As Osborne makes his way into that last 2.5 kilometres. Just want to say a massive thank you. If you've been watching since the start of the show, I don't even want to think how many
We're 4 hours
ago.
in.
4 hours ago. Well done to you for staying with us that long. Thank you very much for joining us on here. Not all of the Sunday race clubs are this long, and they are usually 2 shows rather than 1. We would love you to join us on those shows. We'd love to see you racing, but if you are not able to race on a Sunday morning, if that's your time zone or on a Sunday, then please do join us. Subscribe, hit like, hit follow on social media. It's at biking_Emma for Emma, at Matt Fixer-Payne for myself. Make sure that you like and follow MyWhoosh. It's at MyWhoosh on social media. And don't forget, of course, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Get notified when we go live. The Sunday race clubs will be rocking the way all the way through the Sundays. Of course, on there we have the UCI World Championships. The next race in that is going to be our semi-finals on the 6th of September before we move to the live finals, which will be happening in October. The UCI World Championships coming to you, powered by MyWhoosh, the UCI's partner for esports for 2024, 25 and 26. And Emma and I looking forward to putting words to the action at those World Championships and all the way through. So please do join us. Right, that's some thank yous. Oh, thank you, Emma, for being here as well.
Oh, thanks, Matt.
There you go. Right, should go back to the action because we are coming into the final few 100 metres for Jason Osborne before he hits the magical 1K to go marker. He's at 43.8K. Behind him, the chase is on. And you can see Vijaysin, Van Elst, Safrazadi on the flat lines. Pucker goes through the banner. He's going to find the course levels out underneath him on the bottom right-hand side of his screen. So it's Osborne leading, Vijaysin in 2. Sorry, Safrazadi in 2, Vijaysin in 3 at the moment. Those riders on course as onto the slopes goes Jason Osborne.
Oh, Jason Osborne, absolutely dominant throughout this men's race today. In P1 at the moment on the climb, it's 11.6% with 900 metres to the banner. Oh, those course designers.
Yeah, the course designers here, absolutely pure sadism, really, in lots of ways in making this so tough at the finish. It's not you go over and you have a nice freewheels to the end. Oh, no, we're going to put you at 11% here as you come up towards the finish. That banner is still some distance out. Even when you're traveling at the speed of Jason Osborne and still covering 17 kilometers in an hour, you are still traveling at some pace behind a higher speed for Saeed Safrazedi and Lionel Vujasin. They're the riders fighting it out for second and third place. They are not yet on to the climbing section. They're on the flatlands. They're traveling at nearly 39 kilometers. In fact, now 39 kilometers an hour, heading for 40. They're doing double the speed of the man at the front of the race on the climb. But even with that pace, the moment they hit that hillside, I think we're going to see them tumble down to a similar pace to Osborne. Osborne, though, has been class. He's now got 600 meters to go. Behind him, it is going to be Vujasin and Safrazedi. They are currently at 42.7. At 42k, some 700 meters behind Stefan Van Elst. And then it's Hayden Pucker. So Pucker 40 seconds behind Van Elst. Van Elst 1 minute behind the duo in second and third place. Everybody giving away time to Jason Osborne, who is now heading in for 400 meters to go.
Well, he is heading for 400 meters to go, and he's still pushing on strongly. Jason Osborne, Vujasin, Safrazedi, Van Elst, Pucker, then Niall Beatty on the road leading Category 3, Noren chasing hard in Category 1, but with 400 meters to go, he's got the final few bends ahead of him. He's down to 300 meters to go. Jason Osborne broke clear of the field with Michael Knudsen. Knudsen is now further down the climb. He's further down the course, not able to stay with the pace that Jason Osborne was setting, because Osborne has been on fire today. Multi-time top 5 positions at the Esports World Championships, absolutely showing the rest of the competition his form today, coming into those semi-finals in 26 days' time.
And he's a rider for a big occasion. Remember, this man is a silver medalist at the Olympics. He's got the gongs, he's got the medals, he's got the pedigree, he's got the class. He just has to finish the race.
Well, as Jason Osborne comes round the final bend to finish this race today, this was the endurance climb for Qualifier Race 2 on the Sunday Race Club here in August 2024. MyWhoosh, the UCI partner for the next 3 years. And it's Jason Osborne who takes the win today. He takes the win in Category 1 on the Sunday Race Club. Well, Jason Osborne taking the win for Vujasin and Safrazedi. Well, they are going to be battling it out now. Back down the slopes for second and third place. They've hit the climb. They've got 1 kilometre left to go.
So this run to the line is going to be tough here. Safrazedi's burying himself. You see him on the left-hand side of your screen. They are pushing up here. He's giving it everything. He's come alongside Vujasin. Vujasin pushes again. He goes up to 6 watts per kilo. 6.1 response from Safrazedi. 6.2, 6.1. Comes back on his wheel at the moment. The man who's handing them out, it is Vujasin. The man who's having to take it is Safrazedi. Look at the difference here. Vujasin is looking focused. Has he got that killer stare that means he's going to finish off Safrazedi? Safrazedi is trying to nail this. And can he do this? With time is running out, though. And look at this. I'd say something. He's usually cool as a cucumber. You never, ever see Vujasin face break at all. He is now. And I think these riders in the battle for second and third place have taken it to the absolute limit today. If they crack completely, well, Puckett is not that far behind on the road.
Neither is Van Elst, you know.
No, he's not. And I think the 2 riders behind are maybe thinking, well, you know, if they push themselves too far, one of them could break and that could push us up into the top 3. They're inside the top 5, but will they make it to the finish? Will Safrazedi stay clear with Vujasin? Will it come down to one of those photo finish sprints.
Well, 700 metres to go, but it's 700 metres of serious climbing. Vujasin and Safrazadi are trying to take second place in the Category 1 race. Van Elst is sat currently in fourth. Pucker currently sat in fifth, and Noren sat in sixth. I tell you something, Pucker now in fifth place moves into the final 1,000 metres. He's around 200 metres down on Van Elst. Van Elst is around 250 metres down on Safrazadi and Vujasin, as those two battle it out wheel to wheel for second place in this Category 1 race.
500 metres and counting. We're into the last run for the line in the Category 1 race. Hard to guard team have got Jason Osborne as the man who's taken the race win. His average watts for the 45 kilometres, 395. It took him 1 hour, 40 minutes and 37 seconds to complete that on this massive endurance climb. We're at 12% gradient. The chase is on. They haven't caught him by the line, but they want to take second place after battling for so long. There is nothing to separate Lionel Vujasin and Saeed Safrazadi. They are clear by over 1 minute from Stefan Van Elst, the countryman of Lionel Vujasin. But can they hold to the finish? Can either of these riders crack the other? This is going to be key. And now, after seeing Vujasin working on the front and setting the tempo, the whip hand has changed, and it's now Saeed Safrazadi who's starting to hand it out.
Well, he can see the UCI banner up ahead. The motivation to get to this finish first is absolutely there. He's up and out of the saddle in real life. He's absolutely burying himself for this finish. He's gone for a sprint. He's got a sprint after this amount of climbing. Well, he's kicked hard and he's trying to go for it. You can see on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, Saeed Safrazadi absolutely digging deep for that second place underneath the banner, takes second place today. Lionel Vujasin will take third place as he continues to finish his race. Wow, Safrazadi, you saw the upturn and cadence. You saw him get out of that saddle. Can't believe he had that left, but he did. Lionel Vujasin giving it his all today for third place. There's a round of applause coming out on the other side of the studio from me. Stefan Van Elst is going to come in fourth today on this stage. He very, very shortly is going to turn around the corner and see the UCI banner ahead. He is up and out of his saddle. There it is. He can spot that banner. The finish line is within grasp.
What a race finish. Who would have thought that Saeed Safrazadi had anything left? Vujasin was looking like he cracked him. He opened the gap. Safrazadi fought to bring it back. And it may well be that that was the little pendulum swing that swung in favour of Safrazadi, who pulled something out. They're going to have to get some serious recovery in after this. It's been a long one. We've got our top three coming in and through and done. It's going to be a fourth place here for Stefan Van Elst. He's chasing Jason Osborne, Saeed Safrazadi and Lionel Vujasin up this hillside. The winning time at 1 hour 40:37. The clock at the moment at 1 hour 46 minutes. Stefan Van Elst out of the saddle. He is going to make it in to the line. He's going to take away fourth place here today in Category 1 on qualifier race number 2 on the MyWhoosh Sunday Race Club. And it looks like it's the rider from the United States of America who will be coming in next.
Well, Hayden Pucker has put in a strong ride today, really coming to the fore in the latter half of this race. He's been chasing hard. He's been chasing Stefan Van Elst. He's been staying clear of Johan Noren. Hayden Pucker sees that UCI banner. He's going to come underneath the banner and take fifth place today in the Category 1 race. Phenomenal climbing from the rider from the United States. Great job. Our top 5 in Category 1 now all across the line.
So your top 5 are in and done. They made the way in behind. You can see that Johan Noren is the next nearest rider, but that is going to be a category 1 finish for Noren. He is currently 800 meters from the line. Behind him, into his last kilometer, comes Niall Beatty. He's got about 20-second gap to a group of riders, I think.
Now, leading group in category 2.
Jonas Bjarhed, I think, has got a slight gap on Melostic and Mr. X100, but I'm not going to guarantee that because time gaps are so tricky to judge when we're coming off the flat onto these climbing terrain when it's so steep at 12%. So, Noren on the left-hand side of your screen. 600 meters to go. He's already climbed 2008 and now 2009 meters of ascent. It keeps on ticking up. He is ahead of Niall Beatty, who's on the top right hand side of your screen. Then bottom of your screen, this is the battle in category 2. Jonas Bjarhed is leading category 2. He's on these slopes. He's chasing Batty, in fact, and he's going to probably, I think, close him down here. He has got a 5-second gap on Peter Milostic and 22 seconds to the rider on the right-hand side at the bottom of your screen. So that's Mr. X100, who's in the top 3, but at the moment it is 3rd place for Mr. X100, chasing down Melostic, chasing down Bjarhed, who are all chasing Batty and all chasing Noren.
Oh, they are all chasing Noren because he's going to be the next rider over the line. Just to confirm that finishing time, Jason Osborne, 1 hour, 40 minutes, 37 seconds. Pretty much 4 minutes clear of the chasing 2. Safra Zaidi and Vu Yassin. Van Elst and Pucker rounding out the top 5. Johan Noren is going to come in for 6th place in that category 1 race. On the right-hand side of your screen, though, we're in with Jonas Bjarhed. He's got 500 meters to go and is leading the category 2 race, just 9 seconds clear of Peter Milostic, X100 and Christoph Thiem, not too far behind.
And Bjarhed's having to give this everything. You could see that was almost a sprint there. He's out of the saddle, 70 revs per minute coming out of Jonas Bjarhed. He does not want to let this tempo drop. Noren, 65 revs per minute, 66 coming into this long right-hander. It's after this that the left will appear and he will be able to see the banner. Noren is going to be on for a great finish here today, right up. It's going to be just outside that prize money, but you know what? An absolutely phenomenal ride and a great indication of form for Johan Noren at the moment, and that is what we really want to see at this stage. As Emma has said, we have less than a month to the semi-finals in the World Championships. The riders are holding their form. This is qualifier number 2 in August. The finals will come up in the last Sunday of the month with that team payday as well. All the riders will want to be coming into form for the end of August and the start of September, with then a plan to hone it again to go into those finals in October. Johan Noren, he's got that form right. He's making his way into the line.
He is indeed, and Noren is going to come across the line in 6th place today. A well-deserved 6th place for Johan Noren in this category 1 race. Brilliant climbing, fantastic form. He comes under the line in an hour and 50 minutes. They were the last category to start. They started 20 minutes after category 4, and they've worked their way right the way through the race field. Well, back in with Jonas Bjarhed. He is going to be the next rider to finish. I'm just taking a look at the time check back to Peter Milostic. It's around 13 seconds at the moment. Bjarhed is going to win category 2. Congratulations to Jonas Bjarhed. Fantastic racing in a very, very tightly packed category 2 race field today.
One of the toughest races to win that category too, in terms of having to beat people around you. He's taken it out from Peter Milostic. Milostic on storming form, regularly battling it out the front. A real great competitor. He comes through ahead of Niall Beatty. Beatty's going to be the next rider coming in, our category 3 leader.
Well, take a look at that. Currently 2 hours and 6 minutes, and that is Niall Beatty's winning time. I think it's not going to clock 2:07 before he crosses the line. Phenomenal racing from Niall Beatty. This was his course. You have never met such a great climber or a rider who loves a climb so much as Niall Beatty, and he takes the win in Category 3.
So our next rider in Category 2 is going to be coming in to the line. It's going to be Mr. X100 who comes in and through the line. It's going to be a top 3 for him. It's going to be a 4th place for Christoph Thiem. Meanwhile, Category 1 still battling the way up the slope as well, because this is Ollie Jones. He's just ahead of Daniel Turek. The two riders are making the way underneath the UCI banner, the Union Cyclists International banner, that signifies the end of the race here. Jones in 7th. It's going to be an 8th place there for the rider immediately behind him. That is Daniel Turek.
And James Krasnich coming across the line to take 5th place in Category 2.
So that he will be on last of the points pickers up of prizes, and that is in that Category 2. Right, let's go to the results. So Jason Osborne, 1 hour, 40 minutes, 37 seconds. 4 minutes and 1.413 seconds ahead of Said Safrasadi, the rider in 2nd place. 3rd place going to Lionel Vajassin, and he came in across the line after having dropped in that last final sprint from Said Safrasadi. Behind them, you can see riders in categories 1, 2, and 3, and of course, all of the results available on MyWhoosh.com. Click on the menu, go to results. You will see the results, not just of our Sunday Race Club and the splits on there, but also, of course, of the MyWhoosh Classics, of the Tune-Up Tuesdays, of the Team Time Trials, of Vets Racing, all the great racing here on MyWhoosh. We would love you to be on one of those start lines. We'd love you to be out and training, but today, it was the endurance time. It's been an endurance feat by our riders. If you've watched to the end, you've earned yourself an ice cream or 3 for sticking with us this long, or maybe just a complimentary set of earplugs. A massive thank you to the team behind the scenes for making it happen. My name's Matt Payne. You can follow me at Matt Fixer Payne. Please do get in touch with me or with Emma. It is at biking_. Emma, an absolute epic today.
It was, and phenomenal racing in both our women's and our men's categories. You know, some actually close racing and well fought battles throughout all 8 categories. One huge broadcast. It's been fantastic.
Well, it's time for us. Never mind giving you an ice cream. I'm heading for the ice cream. I'm sure Emma's going to be doing exactly the same wherever you are in the world. Enjoy your riding. We'll see you on MyWhoosh. Stay safe.
Goodbye.